Right then, hello and welcome ladies and gentlemen. We're back for the second semi-final of the Champion of Champions. Mark Selby against Neil Robertson are going to try and battle it out to see which one of them is actually going to be tomorrow in Leicester to try and face Judd Trump. Is he going to be the man from Leicester, Mark Selby, or is he going to be Neil Robertson? Both of the players have actually met each other quite recently in Saudi Arabian Masters in the quarter-final stage, which of course Neil Robertson has gone on to win after beating Ronnie O'Sullivan in a very interesting decider. And well, another interesting stat about those two is the last three head-to-head meetings have all been in the quarter-final stage. One of them, well, two of them actually have been at the Saudi Arabia Masters in this and last season, but also, I mean, there was another match at the Tour Championship which Neil has managed to take and go on and lose, of course, by a scoreline of 10 frames to 1. You know, they have met in the Players' Championship 2 of the last season, but right here, right now, it is going to be a very different story for both of these players. As now we see Mark Selby to walk out in the arena. Certainly looking forward to this one. As I say, I still think it's going to be very much anyone's game for the taking. And even though whoever it's going to be to face Judd Trump is going to be a slight underdog, certainly in terms of the odds coming into that match, but I still think they'll be able to give Trump a fight for his money. But of course that is a topic for tomorrow. And now then, let's focus on a brilliant match that we got on our hands. So of course, so far, you know, if you look on the previous meetings of Tom Ford, Stephen Maguire, Mark Williams and of course John Higgins, have managed to go through and have some brilliant snooker being played, defeating the class of 92 players, both of them. And Selby beat Robertson at Tour Championship recently, I think. Yeah, by a score of 10 frames to 1, as I say. And that was an absolute battering where Neil Robertson managed to win the second frame and has gone on to lose 9 on the bounce. Robertson versus Trump is always a good match. Yes, and we've seen that already this season. And one of the events, which was an invitation, of course, Showdown Masters, where Trump managed to take that one away from Robertson. And ultimately, let's see which one of the players is actually going to be. I still think that Mark Selby will be trying his best to make sure that the perfect story of Robertson against Trump doesn't actually happen. It is going to be the man from Leicester trying to spoil the party for Noel Robertson and the massive Aussie army. Now it is going to be Robertson to break off to get the first frame underway. And certainly think that you can never write off Mark Selby or Neil Robertson, which is why I actually think this is going to be one of the longest matches that we've seen. Simple reason of both players know what is actually at stake for them, and the approach that Selby is going to take is going to be quite a contrast to the way that Robertson prefers to play, which is why I think we've got a perfect matchup waiting for us today. Oh, thank you very much, Lawrence. Apologies for that. That is a mistake from the streamer. Apologies. Shouldn't be playing now. That is a blunder, and hopefully that will be the last one that we see today. Apologies for that, Lawrence. And thank you for telling me. And now the first real chance is going to be given to Selby to try and take the red into the right corner. Or is he going to be able to just send the cue on towards the black ball cushion? And he chooses the safe shot. Once again, I still think it's going to be a bit of a slow burner, but when we get into the rhythm of the match, I still think we're going to be flying through those frames, as has been the story so far in the Champion of Champions. Now, Robertson just having a look to see if he's going to be able to... Well, I've seen Joe Perry, if I'm right, in the background. Yeah, you can see with a little bit of camera work. Certainly looking forward to seeing this matchup as well. And Robertson just having a look to see if he's going to be able to sort of play the same red that Selby has touched previously. Send it down the table, send the cue ball in behind the green, or in the gap of the brown and the green. Or maybe he's just going to be trying to get the cue ball onto the black ball cushion and send the red towards the right middle, and he sort of played a little double there, and well, caught the blue in a way that has actually helped him massively to fluke a red. So straight away, and nice little start there for Robertson. I won't be able to watch the full match. I'll have to catch up later. I can stay for an hour. Yes, Steve, I saw the message previously. Thank you very much for tuning in anyway. And as I say, manage your time as you wish. Now, it's a massive chance for Robertson if he manages to get the black in. Of course, has done that after a fluke. And in the end, he does roll the black in. So, I mean, has played the cue ball away from the majority of the reds, which is why he's going to have a sort of a mid-range shot to try and take into the left corner now. Once again, the blue has gone very close to the green pocket. So that's going to be the area for him to try and exploit. A lovely little red to drop in as well. And where's the cue ball going to finish? Is he going to go over the bulk line? Just about going to pull up in time for the brown or yellow to be playable. I mean, I say brown or yellow. Yellow certainly is. Brown, I'm not too sure because blue may be in the way. But as I say, yellow is certainly going to be a chance for Robertson to get the cue ball down the table and have the position set up, which ain't looking too good right now. But of course, from what we've seen from both Selby and Robertson, they have been very, very good at trying to make the position the one that counts for them. And, well, right now we're just having a look to see if Robert is going to be able to drop 2 more reds in, play those with black, and, well, you can't really split the reds from the blue with it being out of position, so realistically, you just have to try and get the cue ball set up in the way that you're going to be able to get under it, and therefore accelerate the cue ball in towards the majority of those reds. I think you've got the cluster of around 10 of them set up perfectly, by the way, to set up from the blue, but ultimately, of course, that ain't going to be the case with blue being out of position. You know, if you hammer the cue ball into the pink, you feel like it would have been a perfect outcome for Robertson, and he definitely would have ended on at least one of those reds. And, well, I mean, I did say that was going to be the case, but I'm very much surprised for the fact that he's played for the bold colours after the last available red was sent into the left corner. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really understand, unless he's sort of found a plant out there, or he's going to try and sort of develop one more red, which is currently on the side cushion. Yeah, he's gone for the red on the side cushion out there, but hasn't really managed to do anything with it, apart from putting it even closer to the rail of the table. And 22 points is going to be the maximum achievement now for Robertson, unless he pulls a red along the cushion shot, which you rarely see people take on these days, and not going to be the case right now either. So it's a break of 22 points for Robertson to get him underway, and now it will be a chance for Selby to try and respond, getting himself into a safety battle if he wants to, or he can try and take the same red into the left corner this time around. I mean, Robertson has left it in the area that red is possible. You ain't going to have any more of those reds available to give away there to Robertson. A lovely little long shot by Selby to get himself underway and up and running. Beautifully cued as well. The white is going to pull up just in time there for him to have a pretty much perfect angle at this stage, because, you know, the white does have the trajectory of going into the reds, which is a necessity right now. But, I mean, that was, if you actually pot the black, which Selby didn't manage to do, misses the black into the right corner, and the same red, which of course would have been playable for Selby, into the left middle. Well, it's going to be a chance given away to Robertson. You know, Selby has taken a really good shot in terms of trying to split the reds, but ultimately, it does seem like it was a shot which is going to be taken nicely by his opponent. And I mean, Robertson is still exploiting maybe a different shot selection to his name. Setting up a red into the left middle doesn't seem to be such an easy of a solution for him. He's got a red into the right middle as well, but surely that's going to be the more difficult one for him to drop in. And I think he's just being a bit careful with the way that he's going to send the cue ball into the top part of the area. If he is going to play that easier red from my point of view into the left middle, and of course if he plays the one into the right middle, he can drop the cue ball on for the black to be played, but you have to make this one first, and he ain't going to do it. So it's red going to be missed, and a chance given away back to Selby. So a bit of a sloppy start now from Robertson, because he was getting the better of the treatment of the lock and the positional sense. Had that fluke drop in into the right middle. And as I say, I think it's a bit careless for him not to choose that red, which he could have easily dropped in into left middle. Go for the positional shot instead, and therefore compromise himself and give this nice little position to his opponent now to try and make usage of. So I'll be having a look to see what's available in front of him. Maybe going for the red into the yellow pocket wouldn't be such a bad idea there for him, because of the ability just to stun the cue ball and bring a bit lower on the lower part of the table, try and play for the black. But in the end, he could get through to the red into the left middle, which was refused by Robertson previously. And now, just like we've seen yesterday of Watchalong and Jiao's in top putting 333 balls each at some stage of the semi-final. This time around, it is going to be 279 balls potted for each of the two players. Of course, have played similar amount of frames Robertson, well, I think it's exactly identical because Robertson had to play an extra frame against Ford. Of course, Selby didn't have to do that against Maguire, but ultimately Selby had to go the distance against Mark Williams. And Robertson was a frame short of a decider after he was able to breach a brilliant clearance against John Higgins when it looked like the Wizard of Whistle was going to take it into another decider match at the Champion of Champions. But now, I mean, if you're talking about the position that Selby finds himself in the possession of, I have to say that this would be a great chance there for Mark to get himself underway on the score sheet. He's got very much the vast majority of those reds available to his name, but has to go for the brown this time around. Shouldn't be too much of a difficulty for him to try and bring the cue ball back down the table. And once again, as he scores 4 more points, it is going to be tournament total points, 1,006 for each. Of course, before this red will disappear into the right corner for Selby. And, well, a bit of a minor issue, of course, he's got to his name, is the fact that he hasn't got the blue to try and take it. And, well, I mean, Selby doesn't seem to be too amazed with the way the cue was put up perfectly on top of the pink. I mean, if he goes a millimetre short, he's perfectly on the black, but instead he's going to have the pink in the way. That is a mistake from Selby because, yes, he does have the blue over the green pocket, but A, he has to breach over the pink now. And B, I mean, there's not realistically a way for him to try and get the cue ball with enough traction to cover up the distance to finish off onto the lower part of the table. So he's just having a look to see if he's going to be able to set the cue ball onto the left part of the table and going for a long shot on the red. As I say, you know, when you score 13 points out of such a good position, could be very much a waste of an early chance there for Selby after Robertson had a similar one previously in the frame. And yeah, in the end, Selby was trying to get sort of in behind the blue, obviously realising that he wasn't going to be able to try and accelerate the power on the cue ball. Therefore, the shot on the red wasn't possible for Mark, and had to just try and dig it into the blue, but didn't really manage to do that too nicely for himself. And Robertson will have a straightforward safety to try and play of his own. So having a look to see if he's going to be able to send the cue ball onto the lower part of the table without real sacrifice. Or is he going to have to try and find a gap to send the cue ball onto the top part of the table, which doesn't really seem to be there. Probably the reason and explanation why Robertson has indeed decided to go for the cue ball to be sent perfectly on towards the black ball cushion. And back to Selby goes. So, a bit of a shaky start from the two players, but ultimately still anyone's frame for the taking. And, well, as I say, I don't really think that we're going to have first couple of frames are going to be very important now because, of course, whoever player actually manages to win any of those two is going to be sort of having some sort of momentum to the name. But I also think that this is not going to be one of those matches that could go either way for the simple reason of, if you look at the profile of players, Robertson is able to come back from any sort of distance. He has shown that time and time again, even this season already. And when you talk about Selby, I mean, he's probably one of the most consistent players on tour. And you don't really see him losing to Robertson by a scoreline of 6-0 or something. Plays another really good shot there, Selby, after a bit of time to think about it. Puts the black onto the right-hand rail, though. So that's not going to boost any of the players' chances to try and actually get themselves on a high-scoring break. And Robertson will probably just try and get the edge of the red on the right-hand side of the table and accelerate the white back onto the top part of it. And sends it quite close to the left cushion, though. And ultimately to the pocket as well. Was very close to dropping the cue ball for good measure. So it's all happening now on the table for Robertson, but ultimately didn't drop the cue ball. The red has gone somewhat safe because it's still quite far away from the left corner pocket. Don't really think Selby will go for that shot himself. And I think he'll have cross double from the right-hand rail onto the middle of the table, more appealing to him. But he knew, as soon as he played that shot, he played that one with the wrong angle and the wrong approach, because he has scored a double kiss on the red, and ultimately he's going to have a chance given away now to Robertson. Either into left or right middle once again. Because we've been here before. But this time around, you don't really expect Robertson to miss 2 out of 2 here. And the red into the right middle should be taken, and he will be. Finds a nice little gap to guide the cue ball in between the yellow and brown. And as he goes around those two, we'll have a choice of either brown or green to send the cue ball once again down the table. I think he's going to go for green to be taken this time around, for the reason of, you get the nicer angle on the cue ball, and you're not really sacrificing anything from the sort of passing point of view. And I mean, he has gone for the brown, to be fair, but as I say, he ain't going to be a massive picture changer. And 13 points is the advantage for Robertson, having all the reds in available play. So having blue somewhat out of position for now, after that safety shot being played on it from Selby's point of view. Pushes it closer to the right-hand rail of the table, but still quite close to the green pocket. Should he require it, or run himself completely out of position and go over the bulk line. But now he needs a rest to get to this red. And, well, another thing from Robertson's point of view, he has to be very careful in the positional play, because he has to make all of these shots around the pink, because going for the top part of the table ain't going to be sustainable for Robertson. So has to make sure he's going to be able to set himself up for a shot at the pink. And, well, you can see that shot was awkward there for him, but it's still not acceptable to be missing reds like that into the left corner for Robertson's point of view. And now it is going to be come back to the table for Mark Selby. So time and time again, we see those early frames just being too nervy for the players. Of course, in the first round, both Robertson and Selby managed to sort of get rid of those nerves and get through those couple of early frames quite nicely. In the end, it is going to be one more chance given away to Selby, and the first shot, well, sees him stuck to a red with the cue ball yet again. This time around, he's going to be able to bridge over this one and just try and roll the pink into the right corner. Doesn't really have to do anything with the cue ball. So, should be a straightforward task there for him, with the shot being relatively straight as well. And to play the shot nicely, although, I mean, with that pink being too straight at that time, I have to say that the cue ball could have been sent into a nicer area. For the simple reason of, the red that he's going to try and cut into the left corner is going to have the cue ball sent to the top part of the table, which is going to limit Selby's options when he's going to send it down the table for 4 remaining reds. Still very much a low scoring frame as it stands. 22 and 27 points. So 49 points split in between those two. Still 49 on the table. 59, I should say. And yellow is going to be taken now into its own pocket to try and get that gap down to just 3 points. And, I mean, what's the cue ball to run right now, Selby? And I think it's just about alright on this one. Still got to have a bit of an angle on the red, but I think at this stage it's going to be handy for Selby, for the simple reason of he can accelerate the cue ball to have the pink set up into the left corner to be played. And just having a look to see if he's going to be able to stun the cue ball with some sort of screw back. To have the red lined up into the left middle to go ahead now with his pink. The first time in the frame. Takes it nicely. Now 4 points is the advantage for Mark Selby, and he's just having a look to see if he's going to be able to, well, realistically, in this position, he now has to make sure he wins the frame from this visit, but I think I've said that a couple of times previously from both Robertson and Selby's point of view. Because the earlier shot from the black was really, really helping for any one of those two to get themselves a nice little break, but ultimately Robertson didn't take his chances so far. Now it is, I think, his third chance for Selby's point of view to try and be taken. After he missed a couple of reds and positional shots himself. Now has got a little bit of distance in between the cue ball and the pink. And has that one to go into the left-hand rail. Played the shot in an alright fashion. I think he was trying to go for the right middle or right corner to have those 2 reds set up. Ultimately has gone sort of boundary and having that red playable into the green pocket, but I still think he's going to go for the right middle. Just has to send the cue ball once again for green or brown to be played. But takes the red in nicely. So now it should be a straightforward task there for him. Get the cue ball down the table one more time. Have that red eliminated. And get yourself set up for the pink. and then transition on towards the 3 ball colours, and I don't even think he'll need a blue at that stage. So get himself off into the distance and get the first frame on the board. Tournament response success, as you would expect from Selby, 14 out of 14. But let's go. We have seen that from Xiao Xingtong yesterday in the semi-final, where I think he had 17 out of 17. And then ultimately the first red shot was actually the shot that was his last in the encounter against Watchalong, and has allowed Chom to take a dominant win whilst winning 6 frames on the bounce. Selby takes one more rest shot nicely, but doesn't want to be too straight on the ping. Wants to have the cue ball to have some sort of trajectory to be sent for the yellow once again. And of course 23 points is going to be advantage. 22 I should say, if the pink is taken, which makes yellow and green the only 2 colours that are going to be required right now for Mark Selby to get himself a frame on the board now, quite early against Neil Robertson. Get himself off to a perfect start now against the Aussie. 24 points right now with 25 on the table. Take the green out of the way, and you're going to have 2 snookers for Robertson. Of course, until you're going to have brown to disappear as well. And you could see the crowd were waiting to stop clapping even before the green has disappeared. And ever since that cue was left the cue of Mark Selby. And now it is going to be brown taken. So it's a nice little start there for Selby, because even though he wasn't actually sort of free-flowing in the early part of it, he has managed to produce a break of 44 points and counting. And ultimately, it is going to be the last points for the brown to be scored. 29 points is going to be the gap, so Robertson won't be coming back to the table. And it is Mark Selby's opening frame to be taken. It is Mark Selby 1, Neil Robertson 0. And bit of a scrappy start now from Robbo, because he did have the better chances, and I also think that he had slightly more of those chances than Mark Selby. And of course, ultimately, the sort of 22 points of a break that he managed to produce off the fluke was sort of the majority points that he managed to score in that opening frame. But of course, it wasn't enough to stop Mark Selby taking that frame quite comfortably, as he now needs, well, only 5 more of those to get himself off to a perfect start against Neil Robertson. Of course, if he is to win 5 on the bounce after this one. But I would expect the response from Robbo right now to, well, not too long there for you to be waiting for it. And I think Robertson has to make sure he picks up the pace himself, and you know, had those chances. Long red wasn't really taken on any of those occasions. I think we have seen a couple of those taken by Selby in the early stages of the frame, but ultimately it was just that pot success problems and positional play for Robertson not just being at the stage and the percentage where he should be, and therefore Selby was able to pounce on that. I think Selby needs his next frame if he has any hopes of beating Robertson. Well, it's an interesting point, because you know, of course Selby's going to be winning right now, but I don't really think so. And if anything, I would actually say that Robertson needs the next frame, because even though he comes into this match, well, not entirely as the favourite, he comes into this match as the highest seed. But if you look at the odds, I think it was 180 for Selby to win and 190 for Robertson before this match has started. So if he goes 2-0 up there, Selby, I think he'll be able to dictate the run of play against Robertson. And, you know, when you're able to manage those little opportunities and try and force your opponents to be taking a lot more of those, I just think you become in control of what's happening around you. And you can see very much anticipated snooker right now in the arena of the Champion of Champions, with the majority of the seats taken. Just a couple of in the 3rd or 4th row that seem to be having a couple of empty seats. But nice little shot there for Mark Selby. Let's see if Robertson is going to take that little bait of the red into the left corner. Of course, very similar to the red that Selby has taken previously himself as his first point scored in the match. And Robertson is actually checking to see where he needs the cue ball to be to try and have that red taken with real purpose, I should say. But the room does seem to be very slim for him, so maybe just going deep into the cue ball is going to be a nicer version of this shot. Let's see if Robertson is going to be able to get himself underway. No, he won't, unless he flukes the red, which ain't going to be the case right now. And after all the travelling, is he going to go over the right corner pocket and prevent Selby from seeing an easy red into it. Don't think that's the case, so it's going to be Selby once again up and running now. Should he pot the red into the right corner? Definitely not going to be a whitewash either way, whatever. Yeah, as I say, well, he ain't going to be a whitewash for Robertson now, and I can't really see Selby winning 6 frames on the bounce either. He ain't going to be a whitewash now. I think we've seen a couple of those in the Champion of Champions, with especially, have to mention, Trump making his 6th final in 6 not in 6 years, but 6 Champion of Champions finals after defeating Jiaozingtong yesterday. And it's a bit of a waste of a shot there from Selby, because you can see, even though he had that break of 44 points, apart from that, he hasn't really managed to get himself running either. And I'm not going to say it was a straightforward shot to try and have that black setup, but definitely didn't have to go and get the cue ball in behind that red. Not even going to be able to see the black to be played into the left corner this time around, so has to take the brown as a safety shot, and also has to be very precise in his cue ball approach, because he's going to have one of those dangerous reds available to Robertson if he's going to be not perfect on the execution of it. Trump needs a ranking title soon, not won one for a while. Yeah, I think it's going to be, well, the next ranking event title of the UK Championship is actually the one that Trump has won most recently for him. Hasn't really won one in 12 months now. Robertson just having a look to see if he's going to be able to get through to any of those 2 reds, because ideally, even if he can't pot them, it just has to make sure he's going to be able to take at least one of them out of the corner pocket to make sure he's not going to leave a chance available to Mark Selby. And he's going to try and cannon the red into the black, but I don't think the pace is going to be on the cue ball. Barely going to go over the blue line. And ultimately, I think he knew what he was doing there, Robertson, because, you know, he had a look to see if he's going to have that red given away to Selby. Ultimately, because he got one in the way of another, the cue ball can't get through to the one that is actually closest to the right corner pocket. Don't think Selby's going to be able to go for anything other a safety play right now. And therefore, just sending the cue ball to the top part of the bulk area is going to be the prime objective now for Mark. Let's see if the execution is going to be on the highest level for him again. Doesn't really want to catch the jaw of the middle pocket, but I think it's worked out pretty nicely there for him. The cue ball is just about finished underneath the bulk line, but ultimately still covered up 2 of those reds, which have actually now been joined by 1 more red, which Selby has cannoned the cue ball in towards on the previous occasion. I think Robertson will try and add a bit more reds to that party. And, well, unless the cue ball is going to be in behind the green, hasn't played the shot well at all. Because yes, he has pushed the red over to that side, but ultimately he's got the same red available to Selby to try and take now. I wouldn't be surprised if Selby won it, even though you not picked him to win this match. Yeah, as I say, it's the reason why we say it's going to be close is because anyone can actually take it. And, well, Selby taking the opening frame, of course, is going to be a massive statement there for him in that case. Now, is he going to go for the long red? Well, I mean, if he keeps knocking those reds in, he's going to be difficult to catch. Brilliant shot there by Selby yet again. Not for the first time, I'm going to say that. And, of course, what a little traction on the cue ball to be set up. A little bit lucky on the kiss of the other red, which has gone over the left corner. But also that perfect positional sense on the blue and brown to be chosen from. And then Selby is going to be up and running once again. Of course, has to make sure he develops as many of those reds as he can while still having that red over the left corner, which is going to be his get out of jail card for now. Let's see if he's going to be able to surpass that break of 44 points and get himself off to a flying start now against Robertson. So for now has a red to be taken into the right corner, sends the cue ball towards the blue line once again. Of course, has to mention the fact that, you know, the black and pink for now are all out of position, and I already think that Selby's looking to see if he's going to be able to get at least black into open play. For now, for it to be potted, have to take the red out of the right corner pocket, and that's exactly the shot that Selby has gone to play right now. 13 points scored on the current visit to the table already, still having, well, quite a few reds to be fair, available to his name. Certainly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I would say, from what you can see with his camera angle. But of course, when he takes those out of the game, he can try and make a bit more room for himself to try and play those 4 reds, which are going to be underneath the main cluster of reds, which are followed by the pink. Once again, plays the shot to... Well, I think this time around, the brown is going to be very handy for Selby, because he's played the shot in the way that he's overrun for the blue slightly, but brown is going to be right over the blue this time around. So just take that one into the right middle and have the brown to go back on its spot. Of course, nicer for the cue ball to be lined up for the blue on the next couple of occasions, but also managed to use that one to make sure the positional play was on the perfect level there for him. And Selby just go really deep into the cue ball yet again, and have the white accelerated for the black this time around, you would think, unless he wants to go for the blue, but not this time around. So, as I say, so going to have black to go back on his spot, and of course going to be playable into the right corner for now, with left one still being covered up by that red, which Selby very maturely is trying to save up for later, in case he's going to require it for a bit of a dodgy period there for him, if he is to run himself into a difficult position, and sort of say I ain't got any more choice than to actually try and take that red out of the game, which of course will free up the black to go into both left and right corner, which is going to be a boost anyway. So right now, I mean, he's having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for the black anyway, and he's played for it pretty quickly. So I mean, clearly backing himself to squeeze the black through. The gap does seem to be there, but you know, from the mental point of view, has to be very careful to make sure you're going to miss that red, and for it not to be an obstruction, play the shot with conviction. And play that shot with power. In the end, he's going to have the cue ball lined up for the same red to be taken into the left corner. And have the white accelerated for the black to be taken into the right corner this time around. So now 35 points for Mark Selby, as he's advantage 34 on the current break. So I don't really think he needs to cannon the cue ball into those 3 reds, which are going to be underneath the pink. He has gone for that shot though, so pushing one more red towards the main cluster of reds, just under the pink, and ultimately giving himself 2 more reds to try and actually play with. Get those lined up into left and right corner, and have himself set up to run away into the distance. So cue ball to be played in towards that red. Have that one accelerated for the black. Wants a little bit of the angle, which I think he will have. So just a transition for the cue ball off the black ball cushion, and he'll have himself lined up for the shot at the red into the left corner one more time. So that's probably going to be the stage where it's going to be easy reds over there for Selby. Going with Selby, well, I bet you are now. I'm only joking, but Selby is a safe bet. As I say, I think he's always going to be there or thereabout. And from what we've seen against both Maguire and Williams, he has played brilliant snooker. Cannon's one more red that he was looking at previously to see if it was possible. In the end, ain't going to take a risk with it. And the first 50 plus break to have the fans witness from Mark Selby. And 58 points right now after the black, 75 still on the table. So, I mean, not quite going to be able to get himself over the line with one more red. So, I mean, he can go for the red into the right middle if he gets under it. Not a good start from Robert. Yeah, it certainly ain't, because he's been very, very quiet, and the chances that he's had in the opening frame just didn't seem to be converted into anything at all. Now, Selby just having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for the reaching wreck shot, because he has got the perfect record in the tournament so far of those. And just doing a little bit of a maths test to himself. So, I mean, if he scores sort of 8 points now with the red and black combination, he'll go 66 points clear with 67 on the table, which will set him up for a frame ball now. As I say, into the right middle. That's probably the only available option for now for that red. Cannon's one more red into the left corner. So, got the front jaw to an extent, but still managed to drop it in. Now, let's see if he's going to go for trying to split the reds or just try and go for the safe option. Stun the cue ball and take all the power away from it. Have himself set up for a shot into the right middle. Except Robertson to come out flying. That's not happened. I didn't really think that he was going to come out flying, but I thought he was going to take more of the chances that, you know, he sort of had in the previous frame. I thought he was going to be very tight, and I thought, you know, if I was to make a prediction out of the opening 2 frames, it would have been a scoreline of 1 frame each. But I just thought Robertson was going to be able to get himself into the game a bit more. For now, it is Selby playing all the nice little shots now. Having a wonderful split off the reds, off the black. Pushing one of those onto the left-hand rail and ultimately getting the frame ball in. So now just looking for a century break to ensure that it is going to be the perfect start there from Selby. It was a bit of a scrappy frame with the number 1 taken at the opening stage, but ultimately Selby managed to come out in the second one with a lovely little long shot, get himself set up for this break. And of course what followed was 74, now 80 points of a break, which still does seem to be counting. Robertson has spent very much all of these frames sat in his chair, being cold, being rusty. So it ain't going to be a perfect start there for him at all, for the simple reason of it is now turning into a little bit of a now or never. Because if you go for Robertson to win, which of course was the scoreline that I've gone with, you need to make sure he is going to be able to win at least one of the opening 3 frames. Because if Selby goes 3-0 up, it is basically as close as he's ever going to get to bye-bye Robertson very quickly. You know, I never actually thought that he was going to be available for Robertson to destroy Selby. It's just not, doesn't seem to be that type of a player there, Selby, for him to sort of have that game on an absolute horrid level. And Robertson doesn't seem to be flying either, although he has played a really good match against Higgins a couple of days ago. Now, it's a very important shot for the century break, with Selby trying to get the cue ball to be cannoned into the red. Ain't going to be the case this time around. So just try and roll the red along the cushion, have himself set up for the blue to be taken into the right middle, and get himself accelerated away off into the distance. Just having a look to see if he's going to be able to do it with an extension. That seems to be the case. Of course, if he rolls the red in, he's going to have blue available for a century and play the shot really, really well, to be fair. And that is some encouraging signs there from Selby. 95 points on the break, ultimately 1 shot away from century. Mark Selby can freeze players out. That's another thing he's capable of, as well as good breaks and good set. Yeah, and that's something that probably neither of the players can do on the tour right now, to the extent that Mark Selby can, while still offering you a brilliant play on the safety and some big breaks to come up occasionally. Now, as he rolls the blue in to make a century break, still looking for a break of 127 points if he is to make a total clearance. Of course, from the position that he had to go for. And of course, taking that long red to start with. Having that red to be taken along the cushion into the left corner. And now being 4 shots away from making a 1-2-7 clearance. So not quite a 1-4-7, but still very much a reasonable break there for Selby. And the one that he's going to get him. All sorts of flying start out there. Gets the brown in and position himself on the blue. And Robertson, it does seem to be feeling a bit of a sort of situation there that he finds himself in. I think you'll know better than anyone that you can't allow Mark Selby to run away from you, because when he does, it's going to be very difficult to catch up to him. That's exactly what Robertson has to try and do right now, because it is going to be the perfect break of 127 points for Mark Selby to get himself another frame on the board. And it is now Selby flying, Robertson struggling, and no real chance for Neil in frame number 2, but the ones that he had in the opening encounter weren't able to be taken. And it is now Selby 2, Neil Robertson 0 going into frame number 3, which at this stage you have to say is a must-win frame for Robertson, because if you have Selby to go 3-0 up in the opening 3 frames, it's about as close to game over as it can ever be there after just 3 frames being played. Even though it's still best of 11, Robertson will be in massive trouble if he's going to be unable to win the next frame. I still think he can do it, but I think he has to do it right now, because, you know, when you talk about the chances that he's had in the previous frame. He didn't really have any of them in the second one, so you can't really blame him for that loss. And therefore, has to make sure that, if the story's going to repeat itself in the second frame, he has to make sure he's going to be able to produce those chances for himself. And when he does go for those long shots, has to make them right now. Otherwise, he's going to be in all sorts of trouble. And we've already seen that Selby can be ruthless of a little clearance that he had in that 44 points in the opening frame. And of course, a wonderful little century of 127 points. But you could have that, and you could see similarities in the match of Neil Robertson against Mark Selby right now, and also the clash of Mark Williams against Mark Selby, because I think Williams managed to take two of the opening frames, but Williams still managed to come back. Sorry, Williams managed to take the opening 2 frames, and then Selby managed to come back and win 3 on the bounce. So managed to turn the match on its head completely against his opponent. And ultimately, Robertson will be trying to do a similar sort of thing right now. With it's about to get to the main action here at the Champion of Champions. So just having a look to see if he's going to have Robertson to break off. We will. So now Neil desperately is going to need this frame for himself, and also has to make sure he's going to be able to accelerate into the distance and play the best snooker that he's probably played all week now. As it's a decent break-off shot, and Selby will just try and study the position that he finds himself, having that red available into the right corner, very similar to the one that he managed to drop in frame number 2. And ultimately, just has to be very, very cautious now, Selby, because one thing you have to say about Robertson, he will be taking those chances later on in the match. So have to make sure that you ain't going to be getting any freebies away from Selby, which was the case in the opening frame, but not so much in frame number 2. He's going to miss that long red though. Where's he going to finish? I think it's going to be within the reaching point for Robertson to be taking it into the right middle. So probably wouldn't say it's one of those freebies that I called it, but last pot time for Robertson 22 minutes ago. It was quite a quick second frame from Selby in the making. And of course still had to spend majority of the first frame sat in his chair, not putting anything there from Robertson. But that is the best chance that he's had, probably, in all match. Roll the red in, make sure you're going to be able to miss all the ball colours. Hasn't really managed to do that. And has he got the green into a position which is going to be playable from? He can't really have anything else there to himself. And, the camera doesn't really seem to show a lot of him. But, he doesn't seem to be too concerned. So, probably green is still possible into the yellow pocket. But certainly very close to being blocked off by the brown. And so, yeah, he just about passes through the little gap. So, all the concern is obviously trying to get the cue ball for the lower part of the table, which, he's managed to judge the pace of the cue ball quite nicely. Gets himself lined up for that cue ball to be sent into the lower part of the table and take the red into the left corner. So Robertson just having a look to see if he's going to be able to have himself positioned for the black into the right corner nicely. That seems to be the case, and a little bit of a stun shot on the white. Try and have that one accelerating into the right corner and using that black ball cushion to his advantage. Because these are the sort of chances that I was talking about. Robertson will always have those to his name. But the question is he going to be able to take them into frame-winning breaks, like we've seen from Selby on the previous occasion of the 1-2-7. Of course, it all started with a break of 44 points in their frame prior to that. So Robertson does still need some sort of a answer produced from his name. And if he takes those 3 reds, it's going to be some sort of a start. He take 24 points, added to 12 that he managed to score previously as he rolls the red in. Was very confident, but I certainly wasn't, with the red actually dropping in to the right corner. But he seems to control the pace of the shot nicely. Takes the black in once again. So 20 points now. Next 2 shots will ensure that he's going to be the highest break achieved by Robertson in the opening 2 frames in a bit. As he has got the approach of just looking at the red available into the left corner. So play through the cue ball and have the white lined up for the black to be taken into the right corner this time around. So one last red available. Get yourself set up on the blue. and try and hammer the cue ball into the pink and into majority of those reds. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that with the black though, because he does seem to go for the aggressive approach. Has gone into the reds quite nicely, but ultimately has ended up in quite a nasty position. I mean, the only realistic red that he can go for into the left corner forces him to bridge over another red to try and get it, and with him having to pretty much reach sort of 3/3 of the table, unless he can go from the left-hand side of it. Don't really think that's going to be the case there, so you'll need a long rest. Therefore, just make the shot really difficult. I mean, he's looking to see if he's going to be able to go for just bridging over that red from the left-hand side. And doesn't seem to be the case. And yeah, he's going to need a spider, but he ain't going to be able to reach the red with just a spider. So he has to make sure, well, either gets himself wings, or he's going to be able to go for a long rest first. Put the spider on top of that. And I mean, he can try and have all the extensions in the world on the queue, but I don't really think he's going to be able to control the spider from that either, so that ain't really going to be an option. Unless he has spider in the fixed position and just doesn't touch it at all. I mean, this is difficult. He has to go over the red now. And yeah, this is really, really tough, with it being pretty much no distance in between the white and the red. And, well, I mean, he's going pretty much to the ridiculous point right now of him having to play the long queue of the left-hand rail. I was never going to go the distance there for Robert, and ultimately, I have to say, probably has to go for the safety shot right now. You know, he had a chance, he had a go, and didn't really manage to improve on that break of 22 points previously. Of course, could have taken one more red into the left corner prior to sending the cue ball in towards the reds, but you can understand why he hasn't actually done it, to give himself a better chance of actually ending up on the red after playing the cannon onto the main pack of those. And it is going to be the break of 28 points, which ultimately is going to be the end there for Robertson. And back to the safety play it goes, with Robert just sending the cue ball perfectly on the black ball cushion. So Selby will have the first real chance of sending the cue away from the pack, but also does have a shot into the left middle that he can take. I mean, he does have the white perfectly set up on the black ball cushion, but, you know, when you've got that 2-0 frame advantage to your name, and he is having a look at this red, by the way. Let's just see if he's going to go for this one, because if he does make this one stick, all of a sudden, it is going to be a brilliant position there, taken into a chance there by Mark Selby. But of course, it's a big if. And, well, yeah, probably a safety is going to be a more logical outcome now. And, yeah, just send one of the reds on the right-hand side into the main pack. Have the cue ball to be lined up very close to the green pocket right now. And so Robertson has to try and exploit the left-hand side for himself this time around. For the simple reason of, I mean, if Selby played the shot well to the extent that Robbo can't see any attacking options, it has to be very much on the struggling side now, because inevitably he has to try and play the reds into the left-hand cushion, which is going to be a risk there for him, but play the shot nicely. Now he's going to be able to go for the red to be taken into the left corner now for Selby. Of course, Robert didn't have that luxury to his name last time around. Let's see if Selby will right now, with him trying to go for the approach. And in the end, just sends the cue ball to the lower part of the table. So once again, it is down to Robertson to perform a safety shot of his own. Has the cue ball very close towards the spine. And, well, was pretty quick on that shot and hasn't played it too low at all. In fact, I actually think that he's got himself into all sorts of trouble now, because he's going to have that red available for Selby. It's certainly into the left corner. Whether he's got the same one, different one available into the right corner is a bit of a unknown for now. But Selby does seem to go for the one close to the left corner, which, to be fair, at this stage is going to mean that he has to go really deep into the white, and making the shot a bit more difficult there for him. And yeah, you play that one with power, trying to accelerate the cue ball into the safe area in the end managed to hammer the red into the white on his way back. And back to Robertson he'll go for the turn, just looking to see if he's got anything into the left corner, which is going to be his preferable destination. Because, when he's got 28 points of advantage, it's going to be very much a quick work there for him. If he does manage to get the quick red into the left corner, has himself set up for the positional play around pink and blue. Certainly he's going to be able to get himself lined up for the blue. Has got a couple of reds on the top part of the table which he can take right now. And I think the first one is going to be taken into the left middle now. And then Robert can get himself off into a good start because, he had a frame where he lost to nil with a brilliant century clearance from Mark Selby of 127 points. Right now it is going to be Robert trying to do a similar sort of thing out there. Of course, can't reach a century now with having very few points for that to be the case, but certainly can have another comfortable break there after sort of a still break of 28 points being his highest. Ain't going to be the best of the sort of stats that you'll want to look back on after the tournament is actually finished for him. And just once again checking, once he eliminates the red away from the pink now, very much wants the colour to be possible into the right corner, but may have to remove one more red until that's going to be the case. I mean, he has played for the pink into the right corner now, so clearly felt like it was close, but he's going to be able to make this one stick. And 48 points is going to be very much his advantage to be taken. Now, a break of 20 points and 91 still on the table there, so Robertson is quite close to getting himself into a frame ball line. Probably needs 2 more reds after this one. Now 49 is the gap for Selby to try and exploit. And of course Mark can be a bit disappointed then because, he was winning those safety battles against Robertson consistently. Until he's managed to give, though, the first break opportunity to Robertson away. Get himself lined up for the red into the left corner once again. And, of course, that double kiss didn't really help Mark at that stage. And ultimately has probably cost him the frame here. 56 points is the advantage. 75 on the table. You take the pink twice with one red in between. And you're going to be 68 points. 69 points clear even, with 67 on the table. So Robertson is going to be away now quite nicely in 2 shots or so. As he does manage to take a pink into the right middle and doesn't really want to develop the black just yet until he's going to be over the reaching point of Mark Selby. Well, of course, everyone knows that, when you are playing against Selby, you do want to have a couple of snookers to have with your advantage to make sure that Selby ain't going to be tempted to come back to the table. And having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for that red into the left corner. Maybe, he can send the cue ball to the top part of the table right now, with him having room on that red to be taken into the yellow pocket, but ultimately has to make sure he gets the pink in, because it is going to be frame ball there for Neil Robertson that ultimately is going to get him over the line, barring snookers that Mark Selby will be able to produce, if, of course, that is to be the case. Certainly he's going to be now a scoreline of 2 frames to 1 if Robertson manages to get the red in, which he has played for into the yellow pocket to be taken. We'll have brown, yellow and green all to be choosing from to send the cue ball back down the table. Plays the red quite nicely, and now it certainly is going to be now away off into the 4th frame while still having a chance to go level into the intermission break of 15 minutes. And the break of 42 points now, making that 46 with a brown, disappearing into the yellow pocket. Taking that one quite nicely. And having himself set up for the red to be taken into the left corner. So, of course, still just about enough points there for him to make a century break as it stands. With, if you take those 4 reds with the pink, you're going to be able to have yourself lined up quite nicely. And ultimately, he's going to struggle on that because he's going to miss the red into the left corner of the red shot. So not quite a 50+ break, but in the end, it's still a lovely little frame win there for Robertson because it was very important for him not to be 3-0 down. And in the end, it ain't going to be the case right now. It is Neil Robertson 1, Mark Selby 2, going into the last frame of the first mini session, after the opening 3 being played in less than an hour, which of course is going to be a real positive sign there for the semi-final stage. Of course, the players are going to be taking their safe approach more times than actually going for the risky short selection. I have seen that for Zhao and Jock Jump yesterday at the early stage. I wouldn't really say that. We've seen that at the late stage of that match. And for now, barring that couple of risky shots from Mark Selby, if you want to call them that way. Don't think we've seen too many of those reckless shots taken by Neil Robertson's point of view either. And therefore, should all be set up quite nicely for us to have quite a lengthy matchup now of these two great players. Of course, Selby getting, for now, only one break of 50 plus points, but also getting a century at the same visit to the table. Going to be very important there for him as it stands, because having that 2-0 cushion has allowed him to sort of sit back and take that third frame as a nice little bonus, because you're pretty much never going to have that 3-0 lead against Neil Robertson, especially at the semi-final stage, especially when he's actually played quite well going into this match after his encounter with Tom Ford and John Higgins previously. When is the interval? Right after this frame. So I would say around 15 minutes from now, we're going to have a 15-minute break. Pardon the pun. Referee has managed to get the cue ball set up. And now just waiting for the announcement to get us underway once again for frame number 4 to get started. Of course, it is going to be Mark Selby's turn to try and have a break of his own. And has to try and make sure he's going to be able to do that just as well as he's managed in frame number 2. Of course, putting Robertson in trouble straight away at that time. Managed to take a lovely little long red straight after that. And what followed was a brilliant century break of 127 points. So the frame number 2 was a perfect setup for Selby. Not so perfect on this break-off shot though, because Robertson is going to have a red available into the right corner, which is going to take quite nicely. But in the end, where's the cue ball going to finish? Is he going to go over the green? It will. And it might not actually be the worst possible outcome there for Robertson, because he's going to have the same green available to be taken into the left middle. So play that one with topspin. And have the cue ball lined up for the lower part of the table yet again. And yeah, I mean, it does seem like, I was just about to say that, you can see with the body language of Robertson, and I thought it was the screen getting darker, but you can just see that there's a little bit of a smoke out there. Not quite sure what it actually might be, but you know, it certainly ain't going to be improving his vision, and of course, lapses of concentration are going to be the same. Probably one of those artificial smokes that you put up in front of a big event, but ultimately ain't going to really entertain Neil Robertson right now, because he does manage to take the brown and the red to get himself 5 points clear of Mark Selby. Gets himself lined up for the blue once again. So takes that one into the right middle quite nicely. And now 10 points is the advantage, having 5 more reds on the lower part of the table after taking the opening 2. So doesn't have to go into the bunch of reds located underneath the pink just yet. Go really deep into the cue ball once again though. So has to try and play for the blue to be taken into the left middle. And ooh, he hasn't played the shot well at all. And let's see if he's left the same red available now for Selby into the left middle. Because, you know, he could have been... yeah, he could have set himself up easier on the previous shot, to be fair. And in the end had to go and reaching towards the cue ball. Playing that shot with a bit of power, which made the pot difficult. And ultimately, let's see if Selby's going to be able to roll this red in. In the end, wasn't the case, so just a safety to be played. And Robertson will come back to the table shortly after his miss. And check to see if he's got a plant available into the right corner. Right underneath the ping. Does seem to be very close to that being the case, but you know, you've used that one straight away. So didn't think about it that one for too long. But making sure he's going to be able to send the red that he's actually trying to play a safety shot from in towards that plant. in case of, if he misjudged the trajectory. Selby wasn't able to capitalize on that himself anyway. And now Mark sending the cue ball down the table once again. And having the white to be lined up in behind either yellow or brown. And, I say in behind yellow or brown. He's kind of hammered the cue ball in towards the yellow. Pretty much caught that full ball. And in the end, luck being on Selby's side there, because the right-hand side of the table is going to be blocked off by Robertson. And he's going to have a very difficult safety to try and play, because you can see the edge of those reds to try and send them towards the right corner, but ultimately, it ain't going to be easy there for the short selection to be played. And he has a look to see if he's going to go for that red, or he's going to try and roll up to the top part of the bunch, which, from the left-hand side of the table, shouldn't actually be too much of an issue. The big thing is going to make sure that you're going to have all those reds separated away from the cue ball on the right-hand side of the table. And you're just having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for that red into the right corner. It doesn't seem to be the case as it stands. So just send the cue ball in towards the lowest of the reds, but play that one with the way too thick on the edge. And, a bit lucky there this time around for Robertson, because could have had the same red given away to Selby into the left middle. Ultimately, he's still going to leave a red there for Selby to be taken into the right corner. But he's still going to be classified as a long shot if Selby does go on to take this one on. I think he will, because there's a nice little corridor for the cue ball to be guarded into the top part of the table, even though, of course, has to be mindful of the same red, which Robertson got away with, not leaving that one on for Selby to be taken into the left middle. Selby has to make sure if he is going to be guarding the cue ball to the top part of the area, he's going to try and do the same thing to Robertson himself. Otherwise, he's going to be facing trouble from the Aussie once again. But he's going to roll the red in nicely. So it does not really going to matter with the way the cue ball is going to finish in relation to that red. But what is going to matter is the fact that probably didn't actually land himself on any of those colours. Of course, would have had either yellow or green to be taken. But for the first one, it's gone into the ball cushion after the previous safety shots. And green is going to be covered up by the red that I mentioned previously. So once again, so I'll be going for an extension on the cue. And just looking to see if he's going to be able to go for the brown into the green pocket. Have himself set up for the cue ball to be sent to the main pack of reds once again. Having still a couple of those available into the right and left corner to be taken. Let's see if he's going to be able to play this one with power. I think he will. And not on this occasion, so clearly decided that he's got enough angle to try and have the cue ball lined up for the higher of the four reds, which he could have tried and played for. And still, rest spot success does remain to be a perfect 19 out of 19 percentage for Selby. Gets the brown in, and of course, still not going to have his troubles ended just there, because you're going to have the majority of those reds taken in a way that, realistically, if you're going to have that red taken now, you need to be lined up for the pink to be taken into the left middle as well. And I don't really think that's going to be the case here, so has to play this one with power to get the cue ball lined up for the blue. Good news is, of course, he can try and go for that red to be taken into the top part of the yellow pocket this time around. So let's see what the approach on the blue is going to be there from Selby. As he has a look. Landed a bit too short on the blue anyway, even though he has still got that option of playing for the red into the yellow pocket. Try and have the cue ball bounce away from the ball cushion. And, he's going to play with backspin, so clearly not too interested in this shot selection. And just going to get himself set up for that red in a straight line, you would think. Which ain't going to be perfect there, so has to go deep into the cue ball once again. But white is quite close to the right-hand rail. So making the shot a bit tricky there for Mark. Play this one with power once again. Hammer the cue ball in towards the green. And, of course, make sure that You're going to be focusing on the pot just about enough there to make sure that the red is going to disappear, which was the case at this stage. So now brown to be taken into the yellow pocket. Probably is going to be the logical outcome. And yeah, I mean, he's just checking to see he's going to be able to go for the brown to be taken into the yellow pocket. Ultimately, it does seem to be the case. And yeah, he's going to refuse the green and just sacrifice that bit of a pot angle to have the cue ball lined up for an easier positional shot on the next red. And it's going to be the case now, so still be managing those early little issues. And of course, very much hard thought 16 points of a break. Once again, not perfect on the red, but finally does seem to recover the position to the full extent, having a bit of the angle on the black to try and play through the cue ball and have the first easy break, realistically, of the break set up into the left corner for himself. Play that shot with power and just about done enough to make sure he's going to be able to get that red into the left corner and still have the cue ball guided in for the blue zone. So we take it into the right middle. And that's probably when the reds are going to run out there of the easy options for Mark Selby. He's having a look to see if he's going to have one more red available into the right corner to be played. And ultimately, no, seems to be the answer for now. And takes the red in nicely into the left corner. But, I mean, he has gone for the blue to be taken into the left middle. So maybe he's going to have one more red taken away there. Or, of course, alternative being setting the cue ball into the pink right now and trying to have those reds to spread out in the quickest way possible. Let's see which Mark Selby version we're going to see. He does seem to have this shot lined up with a little power. And I don't think he's played the shot well at all. Because I think that was his aim, trying to set the cue ball in towards the pink to basically take his spot and remove it away from the next cannon in from blue. And instead he's going to have himself run out of position. And 20 points advantage ain't going to be enough there for Selby to actually accelerate off into a dominant break. So it is still going to be a bit of a 60-40 frame in favour of Mark Selby, with him still having a 20 points advantage with 83 points on the table as it stands. And yeah, he's tried to guide the cue ball in for the yellow, but ultimately hasn't actually managed to succeed in making that shot in. But still going to have the cue ball right underneath the yellow, which is going to make bridging over the cheapest of the colours quite tricky there from Robertson. And he's got the cross double available of the lonely red, which is currently positioning himself on the right hand rail. And once again, just looking to see if he's going to be able to go for that red to be taken in towards the left hand side of the table. But I mean, when you have to bridge over the yellow, you can't really accelerate so much pace on the cue ball, because A, you're going to risk very much a miscue, and also you're just going to sacrifice all the control on the cue ball side of things. So I think Robertson will consider going for a cushion first shot as well. And well, I mean, he's sort of looking to see if he's going to be able to send the cue ball onto the lower part of the table, because I don't think it's going to be the best possible solution for him, because depending on what the placement of the cue ball is actually going to be, certainly going to have a red available for Selby to be taken into the left middle. So now Robert seems to make his mind up and still go for a cross double approach. Let's see which sort of power he's going to try and take the shot with. And yeah, I think he played the shot pretty well. Still going to have that red available to Selby, which I have mentioned previously, but ultimately he's managed to get the cue ball towards the little spine there of blue, pink and black. And ultimately the angle on the red to be taken into left middle ain't going to be nice there to Selby. And also Robertson has pushed one more red in towards the bulk area, which is going to make sure that nothing's going to be safe there for Selby if he's going to try and have the cue ball lined up for any one of those three ball colours. So just tries to roll the red in nicely, and in the end play the shot really, really well at that time. So Selby gets himself a second chance now. Is he going to be on the green though? Doesn't really want to take the yellow along the ball cushion, especially if he's going to be straight on the cue ball. So yeah, once again, just looking towards the green to be taken into left middle. So I'll play that one with a touch of power, not too much of that. As I say, the red that has seen Robertson to be sent onto the top bar of the table is going to be handy for Selby right now. And, once again, it is green nicely taken there for Mark. And you have to say, ever since that early couple of mistakes in the opening frame, Selby has been flawless. You could go back to the long shot that he's taken in the frame number 3, which could be criticised for, but on the other hand, it's not like Robertson hasn't missed any of those previously. Now Selby certainly looking to try and run away with this one. So 25 points is the advantage for Selby, and going to be 30 with the blue. Still having quite a few of those reds available on the table. And still, let's see if he's going to be able to go for the blue to be taken into right middle and play a little cannon in towards the reds, or instead have himself set up for one more shot to be taken into the left corner. I think that is going to be the case. So ultimately now, as he takes the blue, 30 points of advantage to his name. And I think he was trying to set himself up with a line for the cue ball to be going into the reds, even though it is going to be a minor contact. Let's see if he's going to play the shot well. He will. And he's managed to keep hold of the cue ball at that time, which was very important. Getting himself 2 reds of the open play. Ultimately going to be difficult for him to have the cue ball position for the right-hand corner, which is going to be the prime option for those 3 reds, which he managed to free up. So has to try and send the cue ball one more time in towards those reds. But ultimately play the shot really, really nicely indeed. So now it all comes down to the next couple of shots for Mark Selby. But ultimately he has managed to do all the hard work previously. And now looking to set himself up for a 3-1 cushion going into that intermission break. And yeah, as I say, the match probably been played to Selby's fashion. Robertson not making any sort of moments of brilliance so far. And Selby just being all about business, taking majority of his chances. And right now, looking to set himself up to try and run away into the distance. So has the red to be taken into the right corner. And very much close to the frame ball line. In fact, he's going to have the black for the frame. So be taken away from Neil Robertson once again. Neil had an early chance, of course, which he only managed to convert to 10 points to his name. And Selby managed to punish him from the second time of asking. Got him into a real difficulty of his shot after playing the safety, cannoning the cue ball very close towards the yellow, ultimately forcing Neil Robertson into an error mistake. And 55 points now. Certainly no way back for Robertson in this frame. Of course, he'll still be able to respond when the intermission ends, but has to make sure he's going to take the 5th frame now, because a 4-1 cushion is going to be a substantial lead there for Selby before you start feeling like you ain't really going to be able to pull that one back. And let's see if Selby's going to be able to sort of entertain the fans with one more high value of a break. I think he can reach something like 80 points right now, which will be second highest break of the match as it stands. And of course, it is already going to be second highest break of the match with it being 50 points scored. Only the second 50-plus break that we've seen in this match, and both of them, of course, have came from Mark Selby. One was turned into a break of 127 points in frame number 2, and the other one is going to be the break of 57 points and counting. After the pink is going to disappear into the right corner. And yeah, had to play a little transitional shot on towards the yellow, which currently has itself positioned along the bulk area to be played. And if he is to get himself lined up for the green, he has to play this one with mighty power. And watch out, Neil Robertson. He was very close to being in the range shot of that. Ultimately, it is going to be Mark Selby's frame for the taking, even though he hasn't managed to produce a total clearance this time around. It is going to be Mark Selby 3, Neil Robertson 1 going into that interval. And right now, it is all looking like it is going to be Mark Selby's show. And certainly for now, we need to see a comeback for Neil Robertson to get himself back in the equation and back in the hunt for the final spot against Watchalong. For now, though, it is Mark Selby 3, Neil Robertson 1 going into frame number 5. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, the intermission is now over, and let's see if it's going to be Mark Selby back exactly where he left off in the opening mini-session, or is he going to be Neil Robertson back to business. Of course, the two stats that you can have a look at is, of course, he still has a decent pot success rate going into this frame number 5, but ultimately, you have to say that the average shot time of 27 seconds on the average, especially with him going into this match of the tournament with the average of 21 seconds or so, probably has to be the main point for you to try and look at. You know, every single time he steps to the table and he's got that little chance of his name, he doesn't seem to have that brilliant position which he'll be trying to looking to exploit realistically for his name, and ultimately it just doesn't seem to be able to do that for now. He's managed to do, of course, on the break of 46 points on the third frame. And ultimately, let's see if he's going to be able to get himself off to a good start now off the break-off shot. And it's a decent one. You know, he has sent the red towards the top part of the table, but ultimately, that one has pulled up in time. And Selby isn't going to have anything easy available to himself. Let's see if he's going to have that red into the left corner available, though. And he did try to roll this one in with pretty much no real scare on the cue ball's point of view. Played the shot really nicely. And in the end, even though he's missed the red, he's not going to have anything given away to Neil Robertson this time around. So just going for the red into the right corner right now for Robertson. Let's see if he's going to be able to get closer to this one. Not on this occasion. And is he going to have the cue ball to be sent into the green pocket? Yes, he will. So that's going to be a ball in hand given away to Mark Selby. And, I mean, not really the worst possible scenario for Robertson's point of view. For the simple reason of, you know, when you take the shot into consideration, the way he's played that one and the way he caught the double kiss on the red, getting the cue ball to be disappearing into the green pocket probably wasn't the worst case scenario. And let's see if Selby is going to go for that shot off into the left corner to be played, or is he just going to go for a safety to be taken this time around? And I think he will go for a safe shot right now. So doesn't seem to be too happy with that positional play for the black to be taken. And certainly played the shot with some power. Let's see where the cue ball is going to finish before he goes over the baulk line. He will, but ultimately, you know, Selby has refused going for that red into the left corner. Let's see if Robertson will refuse that, because he's got the same option available now. Pretty much like having a ball in hand, of course, at this stage. Or, of course, the alternative being just send the cue ball in towards the main pack of reds and have a couple of those to disappear off into the left corner pocket. And didn't really play the shot too well. And unless he's going to have the yellow in between the cue ball, which he's not going to have, it's going to be an early chance given away to Selby. Not for the first time in this match. And Robertson does seem to be unravelling a touch, even though, of course, Selby has allowed him to get off a couple of those mistakes. And ultimately, safety success 87% from Mark Selby, 73 so far for Neil Robertson. Another stat that has been way below average from this point of view. How Selby has certainly managed to exploit that so far in this encounter. It seems he's going to be able to do that on the fourth time of asking. Get himself a nice little lead of 4 frames to 1. And going into the deciding endgame part of the semi-final matchup. Of course, Robertson managed to beat Selby to the line in the Saudi Arabia quarter-final. And ultimately, of course, it was Selby that dominated Robertson in the Tour Championship quarter-final last year, quite late into the season. Selby takes the first black into the right corner. Going to have the red to disappear into the left side of the table once again, followed by the black, hopefully from Selby's point of view. And ultimately, this could be quite a costly mistake there from Robertson, because he has given Selby 4 foul points previously after getting the cue ball to drop into the green pocket. And right now, it's 16 points and counting for Selby. He's got 4 more reds available to his name, which still could add up to the break of 32 points. You add that onto 20 points advantage, which Selby already has to his name. And all of a sudden, this could be a problem there for Neil Roberts to try and actually recover from the situation that he finds himself in right now. Of course, that still will require Selby to be clinical with 4 more reds. Take those with the black. As he just has a look to see if he's going to be able to go for that red into the right corner, which he does seem to have played for on this occasion. But of course, if he hasn't managed to get the cue ball lined up perfectly, he'll still have a recovery shot into the left corner to be played. And I think that's going to be the case. So just asking for the referee to give him a little bit of a help with the rest. Getting the extension. Of course, nice little stat booster. If you are talking about the rest spot success, about to make that 20 out of 20. If he does roll this one in, and he will be the case. So once again, another rest shot and another success there for Selby. But I mean, this time around, doesn't want to be too straight on the black, because in either way, he has to he has to send some power on the cue ball, that's for sure. But with the way that he's going to try and approach this shot, I mean, logically, you have to try and get the cue ball away from the main bunch and go around them to set himself up for a red to be taken into a left corner. Or you can go deep into the cue ball and try and have that same red lined up for the right middle. In the end, Selby has gone for the approach to try and take that red into the left corner. So 36 points advantage, still going to be very handy there for him, especially with Robertson's highest break up to this point being the break of 46 points made in frame number 3. Let's see now what we're going to have from Mark Selby's point of view, because he has played for the blue to be taken into the right middle. Can go for the split of the reds right now and play the shot absolutely perfectly. As long as he's not going to have the blue in the way, he's going to have a nice little shot over to the finish line and a 4-1 of a gap there to his name. Lovely little performance so far from Selby was, and this time around, once again, you have to say Robertson didn't really do an awful lot of wrong, but Selby has just been absolutely flawless. Starting off this break and, of course, playing that shot off the blue absolutely perfectly. Now gets himself lined up for a 48 points of a cushion. Tries to run away with it yet again on the break of 44 points and counting. So having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for this red to be taken into the left corner. So play the cue ball through this shot and get himself lined up for the black once again. To be taken into the right corner. As he has a look to see if he's going to be able to go for this one. Right here, right now. And does seem to be positive about the way that trying to accelerate the cue ball off into 2 rails. Even potentially doing that off 1. Just off the black ball cushion to get himself lined up for the red. Into the right corner. Now 56 points of a deficit there for Robertson. 52 on the current break for Selby. So third 50 plus break made by Mark Selby, and of course still none of those that we've seen from Neil Robertson so far in the match. And the break that ultimately won him the frame, which does seem to be the only one at this stage, was the break of 46 points, to be added to the break of, I think it was 28 at that time. So Selby just once again checking to make sure he's going to have that red available into the right corner if he wants to send the cue ball over the main bunch of reds, which still has a little bit of cluster of those, of 4 reds right underneath the pink spot, and has 3 more open reds being quite far away from each other. Let's see if he's going to be able to make that way stick for the cue ball, playing the shot nicely once again, and a 64 points of advantage, still 83 on the table, so we'll need a red color red combination to ensure that it is going to be his frame for the taking. And once again, it is going to be Mark Selby flying through the gears and trying to accelerate himself off into the winning distance. Now going for the blue to be taken into the left middle, so he'll 70 points clear with 75 on the table. So still needs one more red to make sure it is going to be a 4-1 lead there for Selby to try and hold on to. And once again, not for the first time in this match, we're going to have one more frame to be lost there from Neil Robertson's point of view, for him not to be scoring any points in 2 of those frames now. Selby gets the red in, so certainly it is now going to be a 4-1 of a gap for Robertson to try and come back from. Doesn't seem likely at this stage. And ultimately, that clash of Neil Robertson against Watchalong, which a lot of fans would have been anticipating, does seem to fade away quite far now, especially from what it has been before the match has started, with it being pretty much a 50-50 in between the 2 players. It's going to be a 90-10 now in favour of Mark Selby in terms of percentages for him to be the winner of this match, especially in the way that he's managed to take this performance and absolutely dismantle Neil Robertson as he takes the black into the right corner and, play the shot with the cue ball to be sent into the pack of reds. In the end, didn't really play the shot too well to himself and, probably has to go for a bit of a hidden hope shot now and ultimately going to run himself out of position. So, the break of 84 points is going to be enough for Mark Selby to make it over the line once again. Another wonderful break there for Selby. He's going to mean that it is a 4-1 gap for Robertson to try and climb back from. And the intermission didn't really help him a lot. We've seen him in the practice table trying to exercise and do something with Joe Perry. And whatever they were working on didn't seem to work out just yet in this early battle against Mark Selby. And just having one more look to see if he's going to have anything else to offer before the match is going to be over. And of course, we're very close to that stage now, because it is Mark Selby 4, Neil Robertson 1. And, the 2 frames of the bounce once again won for Selby, because he's managed to take the opening 2. But Robertson had a lonely frame win. And then Selby once again takes 2 under his belt. Robertson needs to make sure, he goes on a little bit of a winning streak himself, which is always going to be difficult to produce against Selby. But that's why he needed to have this match to go toe-to-toe out there. He was always going to go to-toe with Selby, you would have thought, but Robertson just didn't really seem to turn up just yet. And realistically, the biggest chances that he's had were in frames number 3 and 1. And ultimately, frame number 3 he managed to take, but apart from that, he was on the receiving end of it pretty much throughout the majority of the match. And that's why the scoreline probably represents the picture of the way that game has gone in favour of Selby and very much against Robertson, probably in the perfect manner, because you can't say that Robertson deserves 2 frames under his belt. And once again, you have to go back to that shot of Selby that he missed into the left corner of that 3rd frame, which eventually gave Robertson that chance of scoring a 46 points of a break, which got him over the line at that time of asking, and got him a frame which was guaranteed for this match not to be a whitewash, but ultimately doesn't seem to get a lot further than that, as we await 4 frames number 6 to be underway now. And Robertson needs to make sure when the chance comes his way, whatever scale it is going to be the chance that is actually taken there by Robert. Otherwise, a 5-1 lead he ain't coming back from, no matter who you are, against Mark Selby, who has actually, to be fair to him, played really, really well. And there's been a steady improvement and there's been a steady progress there from Selby's point of view, because, you know, he had a little bit of a slow start against Maguire, although it was a really dominant performance, but he was still missing a couple of shots, and you know, I thought he was quite lucky to get away with some of them against Maguire. Ultimately managed to turn that one into a convincing win before facing off against the reigning champion of Mark Williams. Managed to take it into the side there and win that frame in an emphatic fashion in the end. And now to set himself up for a clash against Neil Robertson now. So let's see what the Aussie has got to offer right here, right now. And the first shot by Selby, by the way, doesn't seem to be a great one. And it's a red given away now to Robertson to be taken into the left middle if he wants to make this one stick. Still last pot time, 25.5 minutes. Of course, 15 minutes of those have been the interval, but didn't really manage to do anything on the previous frame. But he's certainly going to be able to roll the red in. Let's see where the cue ball's going to finish. And doesn't really want it exactly on the bulk line. He's just going to creep under it. So yellow is going to be possible. But apart from that, doesn't seem like there's going to be an awful lot of room there for him to try and exploit. So yellow to be taken into the green pocket is certainly a chance there for him. But ultimately, if you're going to try and go for the reds on the lower part of the table, I mean, realistically, you want to be facing them on the right corner pocket, which is going to be difficult there from playing the yellow. So I had to do it from the two cushion escape, and the line seems to be good from the cue ball. Play the shot really nicely there, Robbo. Now has got a couple of reds to choose from to get himself started with. So having a look to see, he's going to be able to go for the red into the right corner and ultimately get himself off to some sort of a decent start now in frame number 6. Which of course is not a necessity now, it's just a bit of a desperation stuff, because winning a single frame ain't going to be enough at this stage for Robertson. He needs to make sure he goes on the run himself. Ideally, on winning 5 frames at the bounce, of course. But at least sort of 2 or 3 of those. Very much the requirement until he can afford to lose one more. And not give that brilliant cushion of 3 frames advantage to Mark Selby. Cannons the red out of the way of the cue ball. So still has 3 more of those available to himself. So a bit of a break-off shaky stuff there from Selby. But Robertson, of course, will be very keen to see the way for him to end the frame right here, right now, on this visit to the table. Doesn't really seem to be an easy way for doing that, though. So try and send the red into the left corner. Get himself set up for the black with a bit of an angle there on the cue ball. So let's see if he's going to take the invitation and hammer the cue ball in towards the reds. He did take the invitation, but he hasn't played the shot well at all, because the cue ball has glimpsed off those reds, even though he has managed to do some damage to those. He's gone onto the top part of the table, and don't really think a lot of these reds are going to be playable there for Robertson. Therefore has to go for a mid-range shot at least there into the right corner. But once again, being very straight on this one, you could just see this red being missed by Robertson, so has to make sure he's going to be able to make this one stick, and he will. Some nice little stuff there from Robertson. Ultimately being able to recover nicely. Now 20 points is his advantage, having all those reds that he managed to get the cue ball in towards, even though, you know, he skidded off those. Got the cue ball in towards the bulk line area or so. Still managed to do some damage to those. And just trying to go on that damage and get himself lined up for the right corner, to be fair. So play the shot with confidence. And had the backup option to his name as well. Red to be taken into the right corner right now. So get himself set up for the black to disappear into the left part of the table. And Robertson just has to be careful that we're not going to see any more of complacency issues, which have been signs of on the previous occasions. But of course you have to say that he probably is the best position that we've seen Robertson get the hold of in the entirety of the semi-final so far. Getting himself 36 points on the board now. 43 with this black, and still doesn't seem like he's going to run out of reds anytime soon. So it's a perfect start there for Robertson's comeback. But the problem with facing Mark Selby is going to be that when you get such a perfect chance to yourself, and of course Robertson had to exploit that of their shot into the left middle after a shaky start from the break-off from Mark Selby. Still had to get a couple of long reds in, one into the right corner, one of course difficult shot off the middle, which I mentioned previously, and ultimately gets himself on for a black, which will take him over the 50 points mark for the first time in this match, and make it 51 points there for Robertson off the break. And it's a nice little cushion there, of course, to have in the frame should things go wrong now. But ultimately, you just have to expect that Robertson is going to be able to finally put the game to bed and get himself accelerated away into at least 2-4 of a deficit to try and climb back from. Play the cue ball into those reds right now, and let's see if he's going to be able to accelerate those into the right hand side of the table though, or is he just going to try and take all the power away from the cue ball and just play the shot on for the blue. In the end, he didn't really want to force the shot into the reds, so just play for the blue in a straightforward fashion, and ultimately still going to be the wrong side of it. So has to make sure he's going to be able to go past the yellow and green, which he does manage to do on this occasion quite nicely. Gets himself lined up for the shot into the middle. And the break of 57 points now with 83 on the table. So once again, similar fashion to Selby's break in the previous frame. This time around needs a red color red combination to get himself over the line and force 7 frame for him to still very much be on there. Well, on the situation in the match where he's still in the match, but just about clipping on the edge of it, especially with shots like that, we didn't need the kiss on the black. So has to take this one now into the left middle. And just studying, of course, that he's going to be able to go for that red into the right middle or right corner there. He needs to go for a shot selection, which is going to see the red to be played along the blackable cushion. Of course, whatever you do, do not catch the back jaw for the shot on the black. And play the shot really well there from Robertson's point of view, because, he has played it towards the backhand jaw. But of course, didn't have the black to stay out. And ultimately now, 2 shots away from making it. The frame that counts there for Robertson. Rolls the red in nicely into the right corner. Now 66 points of advantage with 67 on the table. So black for the frame there for Robertson. And the sequence of Selby winning 2 frames, Robertson taking 1, does seem to continue now in the opening 6 frames now. With, Selby gone 2-0 up. Robertson managed to eager frame out, and then Selby managed to take another 2 frames away from Robertson. And now, what do we see? Robertson making the break of 73 points and getting himself 1 more frame on the board to keep the match alive and keep the final hopes alive there for him. Because we have seen a couple of dramatic comebacks earlier in the tournament, as Robertson gets another red in to ensure that Selby won't be coming back to the table. But ultimately for a century break, he needs to get a difficult pink into the green pocket right now. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that and have the cue ball placed for the red to be taken into the right corner. Still, he's going to have a couple of those options to his name, so not going to struggle with that. It's all going to be about just trying to take the pink in towards the green pocket and play the shot nicely, to be fair. Drop the pink in, and we'll keep the break going just for the time being. He is on 80 points as it stands, making that 81 with this red. So still very much a century on there for him. And at this stage, you have to say it still is going to be the highest break of the match if Neil Robertson is to go on and make a total clearance. 88 points from Robertson now. Looking to make it the 2nd century of the match. Of course, the first one from his point of view, after he managed to take the 46 points as his last break, and manages to upgrade that one now quite significantly. Gets himself lined up for the black to be taken into the left corner, so bit of a play through shot. Don't think he's going to be able to get the cue ball lined up for the red into the left corner. So has to play this one in left middle. And played it nicely, to be fair. So still going to be on the pink to be taken into the left corner for the century break. Hello everyone, yes, hello Gig Rusher. So now just play through the pink, get yourself a century on the board, and now it still is on for a 1-3-8 as it stands. As he takes the pink in. Certainly he's going to be lined up for last 35 points to be taken. And takes the shot nicely out there. So now a break of 104 points. Gets himself lined up for the black, but ultimately can't really make that one stick. So it is going to be the break of 104 points. Still a lovely little century break for Neil Robertson to keep this match hope alive there for him. And now the sequence and the pattern will continue of Selby winning 2 frames. Robertson managing to eke out 1. And Selby managed to do it twice out there. Robertson has to win a couple of more frames until he can afford to lose at least 1 more frame. Away to Selby. With Mark still being massive favourite going into that final with Watchalong. But right now it is going to be a bit of a momentum shift in favour of Neil Robertson as he manages to make that break, the one that counts there, and ultimately managed to get himself over the finish line in that particular frame. Let's see if he's going to be able to do that for a couple of more occasions to make sure this is going to be one of those matches that, if not necessarily goes the distance, at least goes quite far there for Robertson's point of view, because he's still 2 frames down, but ultimately it's a lot better than being 5-1 down, which would have been the option had he missed one of those reds, which he was on the previous occasion at the break building point. So now, waiting for the 7th frame to be underway. Let's see if it is going to be Robertson trying to re-establish his form and playing similar snooker to the one that we've seen in frame number 6 and sort of 3 to an extent. Or is it going to be Selby to come back from a little bit of a rest? And of course, the 2 frames that he lost so far, Mark Selby lost to 0. So can't really blame him for not taking his chances at that stage. You know, the 3rd frame was a bit of more of a giveaway to Robertson for the simple reason of too many mistakes on the long shot being made from Selby's point of view. And I think the 6th frame was a bit more of a straightforward and moment of brilliance from Robertson, especially to get himself set up the way he did. You know, roll the red in nicely into the left middle after a mistake from a break-off shot. And, you know, have a couple of long reds on the way in towards claiming that frame now. Just to make sure he's going to be able to pounce on that. Have a nice little break off himself, which is going to come in any second. Doing that in between the brown and green once again. And having the reds separated away from each other, but also has to do it in a way that he plants the cue ball on towards the top part of the ball cushion. And that means wants the yellows to come to his rescue now to make sure he's going to cover up the red into the left corner. Not sure he's managed to do that, but even if he has, still going to have another option away to Selby, given away. And into the right corner, I mean. Let's see if Selby's going to try and take this one, though. He is looking to see if the black is going to be playable, or of course reds are going to be playable. Should he be able to miss this red into the right corner? So very poorly shot there coming up for Selby's point of view. As he has a look once again towards the left-hand side of the table. He has taken a couple of those shots on and has made the majority of them so far. Let's see if there's going to be one more for him to try and take. His long pot success has been way better than Robertson's so far. And he ain't going to be a lot worse right now because it's a brilliant long shot once again from Mark Selby. So he gets himself off with a chance yet again. And, you know, it's one shot from Selby in the previous frame. This time around it is one shot taken by Robertson. Both of these were break-off, of course. And now it is going to be the chance for Mark Selby to get himself a 5-2 of a lead. Of course, quite early to say that right now, but he gets himself into a nice little position of playing the black into the left corner. Cannons the red in towards the left middle. Ultimately very much close to the left middle. Nearly drops the red in simultaneously with the black, which of course would have been a foul shot and a massive disaster for Selby at this stage. But ultimately almost doesn't count. And one more red is going to be available now for Selby to be taken into the right corner until he gets the cue ball lined up on 2 more of those. So takes the red into the right corner, but misses it. So, you know, after a near miss on the red into the left middle, it is going to be a miss now off into the right corner and didn't seem to be too happy with the way he's played the shot. Was very quick to get down from it. And, well, it is now not necessarily a chance to Robertson, but at least it's an opportunity for him to get a safety battle going on. And to ensure that he ain't going to be sort of facing that 5-2 of a deficit, which looked likely, especially after that brilliant long shot from Selby to roll the red into the right corner. He had only scored him 8 points at that time. And it is going to be Robertson to just try and get the cue ball on towards the black ball zone as well. So leaving that red in towards the left middle for Selby. And of course, you know, the left middle pocket is going to be extended now for Mark Selby because of the red being quite close to the back end jaw, which Selby nearly cannon into left middle a couple of shots earlier on the black. So let's see if he's going to try and use that as his cover-up option, because apart from this red, he ain't necessarily going to leave anything away to Robertson. So let's see. Ooh, he's played that one horribly wrong. He's played it way too close to the left. To the front jaw of the left middle pocket. Ultimately, of course, the situation was always going to be the case that he ain't going to leave away anything easy now to Robertson. And Robertson himself can try and go for a similar scenario of trying to send the red towards the left middle. But ultimately, his shot is going to be from a much tighter angle. I mean, if he manages to play this one with power, he's going to have himself quite a nice little room to try and take that red into the court and have it to be played into the left middle. But he's having a look to see if he's going to be able to go off the other red, send that one in towards the yellow pocket and have the cue ball lined up for the red into the left middle. And that's the way he's played the shot. Smart tactic there from Robertson. And ultimately, he's going to get him at least a chance now, because the chance that Selby had previously did seem like he had a lot more perspective in it. Right now, as it stands, Robertson only has 2 reds available to his name, and also, realistically, it's going to be difficult for him to get himself lined up for any of those 2 right now, being so close to the cushion with the cue ball, and not having any of those reds in particular open area. So play this one with power. It's going to be a requirement. Try and get underneath the red and maybe go over it and sort of get it lined up for the right middle. Play the shot really nicely out there, Robert, to be fair. And now it is going to be 2 points of a deficit for him to try and overcome, but ultimately just trying to get himself onto that second red available into the left middle. Get yourself set up for the blue to be taken into either left or right middle pocket of the table and have the cue ball absolutely hammered into the main pack of reds. Hopefully for himself, get a couple of those in open play. And ultimately, you're going to be able to have yourself at least a chance and a sort of lifeline to try and hold on to. It's under play for the blue right now, though, because not going to be a requirement for him to go into the reds right now. Still has one last red just over on the top part of the table as he rolls the blue in with minimal power. And yeah, don't think he played the shot well at all. I mean, he's played a wonderful snooker in behind the yellow, but ultimately, of course, he's played the snooker on himself with him getting the blue in. And yeah, he ain't going to be one happy Australian right now in the arena, because yeah, he's played the shot really well in terms of getting the blue in, but clearly misjudged the spin on the cue ball. And well, not really misjudged the power, just misjudged the spin badly, and the way that he's plays the cue ball perfectly in behind the yellow. And it does look like it has been a really nicely played snooker previously by Mark Selby. So 2 cushion escape for Robertson. I mean, he's tried to turn it into 3 cushion escape, and ultimately don't really think he's going to have too much of mitigating circumstances there for Robertson, although Selby's very quick to check if the planting to the right corner is going to be possible. So he's having a good look at this one. Doesn't seem to be the case once again. He'll have quite a lot of work to do to try and make sure that's going to be heading into the right zone. But Selby's having a good old look at this one. Of course, he has got the plan B alternative of taking the red into the yellow pocket right now. But I think he'll be very keen on trying to exploit the plant of reds to be taken into the right corner. Let's see if he's going to be taking those on. He does seem to be taking those on. And let's see what the outcome is going to be there for Selby. And that's what I actually thought there. He's managed to overplay them, and even though they were aiming towards the back-end jaw, he's managed to play them into the front-end jaw. But, like, the work surely on that plan was a bit too much there for Selby to try and do. And now it leaves Robertson with a mid-range shot into the yellow pocket to be taken. Robertson needs to make sure he's going to be able to take advantage of that, and he will. But, I mean, oh my word, what a fluke that is. I mean, when I say take advantage of that, I mean try and pot it into the pocket that you were aiming for. Not really into the one that would have been close to it. It's a lovely little shot there from Robertson's point of view because it still gets him perfectly on the green. And ultimately, of course, it's a slice of luck that he would have been wanting for. And ultimately, is he going to get one more? Not sure, but he may actually be alright now for the red into the left middle. But his body language probably doesn't suggest that. He's trying to cannon the cue ball off from the green into the main bunch, but had the cue ball sort of stuck to the pack. And yeah, it does look like that fluke is going to be short-lived there for Robertson. And he's going to have to play the cue ball away from the main pack of reds. So get himself lined up for another safety battle to be a member of. Let's see where he's going to send the cue ball in towards. Well, it's barely going to reach over the baulk line, so clearly not judging the pace of the cue ball too well. And 4 points of advantage ain't going to be enough at this stage for him, of course. And Selby just having a look to see if he's going to be able to go for the red into the right corner himself. Or, of course, he's going to have to go for another approach. And try and take it with a safety in mind. Getting the cue ball onto the top part of the table, not for the first time in this frame. And yeah, I mean, it was a decent shot being played by Robertson, but of course it would have been a lot better had the cue ball sort of landed perfectly on towards the ball cushion, and not being right in the middle of the mix of things here. So Selby having one more look to see if he's going to be able to go for that red into the left corner, which of course would have been very much the target there for Robertson to try and make sure Selby couldn't see anything off. So not quite enough for the attacking approach. But ultimately, it's a really nice little safety shot being played by Selby. A bit unlucky to get that minor kiss on the brown, which of course, had that not been the case, the cue ball would have finished perfectly in behind the brown. So ultimately, back to Robertson it goes. And Neil once again trying to exploit a couple of reds into the right corner, which I still think that Selby has left him on with. See if he's going to be able to make this one stick. He will. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? And doesn't seem like he's going to finish anywhere, which is going to be beneficial there for Robertson. Playing behind the brown probably is going to be the logical outcome. He could have gone for a long shot on the paint, but ultimately, you know, that works out on the reds because you can send the cue ball on for the bulk area with having 3 colours to choose from. Don't actually think that was going to be the shot selection for Robertson to go for anyway. And just rolls the cue ball in behind the brown. Of course, him winning 2 frames of the bounce now for Robertson will be a massive advantage now. For the simple reason of, you know, hasn't managed to do that so far against Selby, and getting some sort of momentum to his name is going to be very handy right now, especially at such stage of the match where it looked like it was going to be the endgame part we were approaching from Selby's point of view. And instead it could be still the mid-range parts for Robertson to be a member of. And yeah, I mean, it's a good shot there from Selby, but ultimately, once again, it's just going to give all the momentum away to Robertson if he just manages to avoid a little bit of a weird shot approach, as we have seen a couple of safety shots being taken by Robertson previously. Plays this one nicely, though. Gets the cue ball lined up off 2 cushions, heading towards the ball cushion this time around. So Selby has to try and exploit the right-hand side of the table once again. And by doing that, has to make sure he's going to get the cue ball into a safe zone this time around. And, well, having a look to see if he's going to be able to just roll the cue ball in towards that right corner. And make sure he's not going to have any of those reds available into the left corner to try and play for Robertson's point of view. Because the cross double, as appealing as it might be, I think there's a very much limited room for the cue ball to be sent in towards the top part of the table. So, he's gone for the red to try and knock this one into the right corner. Playing the shot really nicely in terms of actually managed to get the red in. And now, is he going to have to play a safety shot out of this one? Or try and exploit the black into the left corner. Very interesting situation now that Selby finds himself a part of, but doesn't even look at the black. So clearly just going to go for a safety approach. A bit disappointing, of course, for him to take all that risk of taking the red on and ultimately only getting a single point out of it. And yeah, Robertson is going to walk back on towards the table. So 4 points in between those two. And well, right now, having a look to see if he's going to have anything in between the safety play of these two, because I think Robertson can go for the red into the left corner, which he's looking at right now. Maybe he's actually looking at the plant as well, or just maybe a couple of shots that he doesn't want to give away to Selby right here, right now. So having a look to see if the reds are going to be available for him to try and play into the left part of the table. Now let's see what he's going to do now. Is he going to try and play that plant into the right corner? He has. Of course, not trying to pot it. I mean, just trying to get the cue ball onto the safe zone. Played the shot really nicely, to be fair, because it was very unlikely to have any of those reds to get stuck in the pocket and leave those on for Selby. Ultimately, has left a red, which is possible for Selby to take into the right corner, but, you know, the cue ball is going to cannon into the other red and ultimately just be in the middle of nowhere in terms of being on the colour. So I'd be surprised if Selby takes that on. And I think taking the same red, but with the safety manner, with just playing the thin shot on the right hand side of it, trying to set in towards the black ball cushion with the red, and the cue ball to go in towards the yellow spot, which is currently occupied by the brown. And that's exactly the approach that Selby has taken, but managing to produce a bit of the angle on the cue ball, which is going to be very important there for him to try and have yellow in between the cue ball and pretty much the majority of the left-hand side of the table. Of course, had that red not been on the right-hand cushion for Robertson to try and play a cross double from, would have been a very nasty situation for Ozzy to find himself a part of. And of course, that cross double was there for him, and Robertson managing to take that one nicely, getting the cue ball quite close down the spine and also very much within touching distance of the ball cushion himself. So still having 99 points on the table and 4 points currently separating those two. So still anyone's frame for the taking as it stands. There's now Selby just looking to exploit the chance that comes his way. So, I mean, he's looking to go for this red to try and send it into the left corner, but ultimately I just think doing that on the right hand side would have been a bit easier there for him because of not having that risk of leaving a red on. Selby was trying to apply all sorts of pressure on the cue ball with his body language to ensure that he was going to miss the yellow, which of course was going to be a very different outcome of the safety shot. Of course, if Selby catches that yellow full ball, you're going to have a red given away to Robertson. Instead, it's a wonderful little safety shot, and all of a sudden it's Robertson that finds himself into a little bit of trouble to try and find himself out of. Now having a look to see if he's going to be able to send that red into the right corner. Played the risky shot, very nearly catching both pink and red on the left-hand side, but ultimately, of course, missing both of them, and playing another nice little safety to respond to the previous pressure from Selby's point of view. And once again, Selby has to try and do something of his own. He'll be looking to try and go for the red to be sent into the black ball, you would think, right now. So just down the spine of the table. If he can get through to that red and find a gap for the cue ball to be in a safe area. Show us, unfortunately, Rowan, that's not the way it works. And, well, the thing about Champion of Champion, you can actually see it. And majority parts of the UK, you know, you can see it on Matchroom or ITV Sports. So that's actually one of the few tournaments that you can see the coverage of, but not quite on YouTube. Social media ain't going to be the place for it. And another lovely little shot there by Selby. Robertson is going to try and exploit A couple of those reds taken into the right corner. Ross has to be careful with the cue ball placement. And making sure he's going to be able to get the white in the safe zone himself. So, which just seemed to be like he's one step ahead there of Robertson in that safety play, which you would expect from the profile of these two. But ultimately, Robertson can't afford to be on the back foot for any longer now, especially with him being 4-2 down to Mark Selby. And it's a decent approach there from Robertson. And of course, he wants the green to come to his rescue to make sure he's going to cover up the right-hand side of the table for Selby. And he has managed to do it. So, very interesting what Selby's going to try and perform right now. Because he's got the top reds covered up by the blue. And, you know, the lower reds that he's still got available to his name. I think it's going to be really difficult for him to try and find a corridor, which is going to send the cue ball into the safe spot there for him. So, once again, just looking to try and get the cue ball lined up for the green pocket there, or somewhere around that zone. Which, I mean, he ain't going to be perfect, to be fair, because that way, he's still going to have a chance given away to Robertson. And ultimately, Selby's going to miss the first attempt. See if he's going to miss the green on the way back as well. And, well, very interesting to see if Robertson is actually going to try and take this shot. Right here, right now. And try and exploit the shot into the right corner. I mean, he has got a very straight red on taken there. And I think he does have sort of intention of taking the position away from Selby. As I say, he's got the red into the left corner, which does have a required angle for the cue ball to be sent into the top part of the area, but also he has got that risky red, which is, you know, just about mid-range shot right now, with the cue ball being lower than the D. And let's see what he's going to be able to do of the shot. Well, he's not going to be able to make the red in, and he's going to send all of the reds in open play, but I mean only temporarily, because 3 of them still have gone on the left-hand rail, and ultimately it doesn't seem like it's going to have anything available there to Selby. So, you know, Selby's going to get away with this one. Robertson, I should say, after the miss into the right corner. But to which extent, of course, Selby's still going to have a long shot into the left corner to try and take. Plays the shot beautifully out there. Let's see where we're going to have the cue ball lined up. Easy going to be for the brown. It does seem to slow down just in time. Selby played another beautiful shot. But it looked like Robertson managed to get away with his mistake on the red. Ultimately, Selby was still able to punish him for that. And now the frame is going to approach the 20-minute mark. So we can have the first real chance now of closing this frame away from Neil Robertson. Still all of those reds, which of course have gone on the left-hand rail. Not going to be Selby's friends right now. But at this stage, I would say, you know, if you lead 2 of those on the left-hand rail and you have 43 points on the table, so you need 65 points to win this frame, barring snookers. So Selby's going to need a break of 45 points right now. And that's not really the way to start it. Cannon the cue ball in towards the green and get himself set up perfectly for the red into the left middle. So certainly a hand of apology will go up to Robertson. So he was quite lucky not to have the cue ball to disappear into the right middle. But ultimately still going to be in with a nice chance now. So he's got 5 reds available. And he can try and sort of increase that number to 6. Which, I mean, marginally, if he takes those with expensive colours, he's going to be able to get over that 43-point benchmark, which is going to need to make sure he's not going to require those 2 reds being quite deep onto the left-hand rail. Of course, there's one which I still would classify as possible there for Selby, because of how close it actually is to the left-hand pocket. Once again, Selby going for another red shot into the left corner this time around. To 20 out of 20 so far. Let's see if he's going to make it 21 out of 21 at this stage. And rolls the pink in quite nicely. So indeed, he's going to make it 21 pot success with the rest of the tournament. In fact, he is actually 22, so certainly missed one of them already. And only 7 out of 10 for Robertson. So I think we've seen 1 missed so far in the match. But I think it was at the stage where the frame was already won there. by Robertson, so probably would have been the frame number 3. Now, it is a 5 points of a gap for Selby to try and exploit, with him still having 75 points on the table. Going for the pink into the right corner, so having still that one red, which is currently in the middle of the lower part of the table, and then having a couple of low reds to try and take with the black. Certainly it doesn't look like it's going to be mission impossible for Selby to win this frame. And of course, if that needs to be the case, Robertson will have to win 4 frames on the bounce to climb himself back into the sort of scoreline for the final. Selby being very careful to see if he's going to touch that red with his shirt on the left-hand rail whilst playing for the pink into the right corner. Manages to put the pink away. So as I say, one more red in sort of open play now, in mid-range, in between the pink and blue spot. But right now it is going to be a minor delay, with Selby just asking the referee to clean the white before he's going to take the next shot. Now 11 points is the gap for Mark Selby. So if he takes 4 more reds, that's potentially 32 points. Yeah, so as I say, for him to get over the line, he needs to take all of them with the black, which probably ain't going to be the case now. So realistically, he's going to need one of those reds quite deep on the left-hand rail. But of course, if he does manage to take the 4 reds until that point, it'll be a massive comeback for Robertson to try and produce to get himself back in the frame equation. And of course, if you look at it this way, if he's going to have Selby and Trump in the final, certainly he's going to be a very interesting one, for the simple reason of you can't really see Selby running away from Trump, but you also can't really see Trump running away from Selby. So it should be one of those really quick, sort of not quick, but really close matchups. And of course, so far, the 2 semi-finals that we have seen have gone pretty much one way or another. Trump taking 6 frames on the bounce against Zhao Xingtong, with the world champion being unable to respond in any of those 6. And ultimately, it is still very much semi-final to lose now for Mark Selby as it stands, with him having sort of 18 points advantage now, as he manages to take the pink after a long hesitation. It's played for the rest shot to be taken with the red into the left corner. But ultimately, I mean, he's going to have to play this one with a bit of power, for the simple reason of he can't take the black into the right corner, which leaves him with an only option of taking the pink to the right middle, which is fine, but where are you going to get the next red from? So you have to make sure he's going to have the angle on the cue ball and on the next pink, of course, to have the white sent right on towards the black ball cushion, which ain't going to be easy right now. Let's see if Selby play the shot well. He does seem to be very straight on the pink, although, of course, it still was important there for him to knock the red into the right corner. Now 19 points is the advantage. And, yeah, Selby just looking to exploit to see if he's going to be able to go for the pink into the right corner and still get himself on the next red. Because it's going to be very difficult to play this one with power and still knock the pink in. But he has managed to do that. Is he going to be straight on the red, though? I mean, that's probably going to be one of those things that you can't really control at this stage. But that does seem to be the case. So Selby with a straight red that he can take on. But, I mean, realistically, once again, not having that black available into the right corner is going to be a massive problem there for him. But it does look to find some sort of angle on this shot and try and force the cue ball to be played on for the black into the left corner instead. I don't think he's played the shot well at all. And 26 points of advantage now. It is going to be in trying to exploit the pink to be taken into the right middle. Live on Sky Sport. Is Sky Sport showing this one? I swear it should be on ITV Sport, which is where I'm watching it from in the UK. I don't really think Sky's got the coverage for snooker, but maybe wrong on this one. Anyway, of course, the black not being available for Selby forces him to go for the pink to try and take it into the right middle, but as he tried to do on the previous occasion, he has to play this one with power. And ultimately, he's going to miss this one. So, 26 points advantage now with 51 on the table. Still not going to be the end of the game there for Robertson. And, he's got 3 reds in between himself and Mark Selby. He takes the first one, which of course was the easiest one of the 3. Now 25 points is the gap in between the 2 of them. So Robertson's still not going to be short in points. He's going to have ball colours in a decent position there for him. The yellow, green and brown all seem to be bunched up quite closely together. But ultimately it is going to be just getting those 2 reds away from the left-hand rail, trying to pop the 2 of them and get yourself into a clearance setup, which of course will be a mighty steal there for Robertson at this stage of the frame, especially with the scoreline being still massively in Selby's favour. But he does seem to go for one of those shots which you could see him either not really win the frame from, but certainly lose the frame from, because 20 points now is the advantage for Selby. Realistically, Selby needs this red a lot more than Robertson does, because Robertson needs both of these reds to get himself back in the frame. And I thought he was lining himself up to play for double into the right middle. Instead, he's trying to cannon the cue ball in behind the ball colours, caught the blue on the way in with the red, and ultimately pushed the blue quite close to the right-hand rail as well. And 20 points now still remains to be the advantage for Selby. And he's going to cannon the cue ball in towards the paint. So this is now a nice little invitation for Robertson to take the red with a long shot. For the simple reason of, as I say, he can still afford to risk this red and get himself lined up for the collar, but doesn't want to do it on this occasion. So just sends the cue ball diagonally across the table on towards the green pocket. And back to Selby it goes. So Mark is just having a look to see if he's going to have a cross double, which of course is an easier safety shot for him to play, but realistically he also wants to keep that red on the left-hand rail for now, because all of a sudden, if that red is going to be in open play, the clearance is going to be on for Robertson. And I think Selby was trying to cut another red into the left corner, but he's managed to overcut it somehow. And Robertson is going to have one more chance to try and get that red away from the left-hand rail. Of course, Selby putting the yellow onto the ball cushion right now, so just disrupting all sorts of fluent play there for Robertson, which is understandable, of course, at this stage of the match. Especially the approach that Selby has taken in the last couple of frames, with those being the lengthy ones so far. And in the end, Robertson trying to send that red in towards the left hand side of the table, but I don't think he's played the shot well at all. And in fact, I'll be surprised if Selby doesn't take the red on. The frame time is going to approach half an hour right now. So Selby still needs second red though. So he ain't going to be frame over just yet if he does manage to knock the red in, which, as I say, still feels like a very weird short selection from Robertson's point of view. Now let's see if Selby's going to be able to get this red in, and he will. Now where's the cue ball going to finish? He's going to finish on the black anyway, but just with the way that he's going to finish on the black. So 21 points is the advantage for Selby, so technically he can afford to just roll the cue ball in behind the black and get himself onto a position which sort of leaves Robertson vulnerable and trying to go for the red of a cushion first shot. And I think that's the approach that Selby is going to take. No real point trying to go for the black anyway, because if you get yourself 7 points, Robertson can still get himself back in the frame with him being 21 behind, 35 remaining. And Selby indeed is going to just send the cue ball in behind the black. And let's see what Robert's response is going to be. Going to try and send the cue ball onto the black ball cushion and away off into the left-hand rail. Of course, can't really afford to be missing any of those, because that just allows Selby to be more confident on his approach. And the first attempt is not taken by Robertson, ultimately very costly. 4 points now given away to Selby. Now 25 points, so he can still afford technically to do that I think twice now, with him still being alright to try and climb his way back into this frame. Is he going to underrun it this time around? No, he's going to play the shot perfectly. And it is going to be back to Selby and his turn to try and exploit the shot that he has ahead of himself. I mean, usually he would try and just send the cue ball away from the red, but ultimately I think he doesn't really have that ability in terms of trying to just play the shot in a way to send the red in towards the yellow pocket and have the cue ball accelerated away onto the black ball cushion. So indeed, I think he was trying to get the cue ball in behind the blue. In the end, he caught the jaw on the way in. So of course, not going to matter at this stage with the red still being left on the left-hand rail purposefully, obviously on Selby's point of view. And you know, what usually would be advantage for Robertson because he has got the first shot of a safety to try and play the cue ball into the red. Obviously have got a little bit of a distance in between those two. In the end, it does still feel like it could be a room for exploit for Selby out there. And, well, right now it's very important to see just how much of this red is visible to Mark Selby. I don't think it's going to be enough to lay the cue ball in behind the black, which probably would have been frame over, certainly from Robertson's point of view. But I think you can try and go for the opposite short selection of just trying to leave that red very close towards the black and just send the cue ball away with just as much distance and as much as the table sort of width and length in between the cue ball and the red as it's actually possible there for Selby. So now just play this one with care. Has to be careful that he doesn't take the pink out with his shirt. And Robertson will be very nervous in the background, just having a look to see which position he's going to come in and find himself coming back towards. Yeah, I don't think that shot was played well at all there by Selby because, I mean, he's cannoned the black into open play, but also you have the feeling that he caught the red way too thick for his main objective out there. So having a look once again there from Robert's point of view. I mean, he can try and send the red on the opposite side of the table, but ultimately you probably don't want to do that just yet because that will allow Selby to try and maybe play around with some more colours and try and put those safe. So realistically, try and send the cue ball onto the top part of the table instead. But that's not what Robertson has done. He has indeed tried to send red in towards that right-hand side of the table and caught the blue in the way. That it is going to be a snooker, but I still think that unless the angle is misleading now, it is going to be a very simple one cushion escape. And that's exactly the approach that Selby is looking to take on right now. So just obviously trying to judge the position which the red and the cue ball are both going to finish in. So I'll play this one with power, of course. But just what sort of power now? And are we going to have the red to be sent to the lower part of the table? Or is it just going to be sent into the ball cushion area? Yeah, he's gone for the ball cushion area to try and send the red in towards. I mean, not really going to agree with that short selection from Selby because I think it's just going to give Robertson a nice little invitation to try and roll the cue ball in behind the yellow and target minimum. Get the yellow in open play and target maximum, maybe lay a snooker on Mark Selby. And in the end, play the shot in a way that, you know, it was always going to try and miss the red with a black. And ultimately, I don't think that's going to be the case out there because Selby is going to be snookered, but still going to have a straightforward escape route for the red to be sent onto the top part of the table. But of course, still has to make sure he judges the contact well. And puts a lot of distance in between the white and the red. Match time has gone over 2 hours of pure playing time. Of course, it's been over 2.5 hours since the match has started. Lovely little shot once again by Selby. Beautifully played. And the cue ball is going to be sent into the yellow pocket nicely. So once again, Selby turning all of the safety shots for Robertson, which you actually feel like Robertson can try and apply a bit of pressure against Neil himself. And, well, Robbo just has to try and hang on in there. Cross double for the red into the left corner is available. So that's going to be the room for him to try and exploit. Try to take the red into the left corner. Now needs the cue ball to go in behind the brown, and it will do. So certainly it does look like we're going to reach the very important point now for Mark Selby because even though he has managed to get himself out of those snooker troubles previously, he needs to do that again now. I mean, he's looking at the left-hand rail escape, which usually would be easy there for him, of course, but the green is going to be in the way of that one cushion escape that Selby does seem to be looking at right now. So, I mean, if he is to do it, he has to send it into the right hand cushion first anyway. And I think the main point for debate, is it going to be a 2 cushion escape or is it going to be a 3 cushion escape now? Surely he's not going to try and play it with 1 cushion escape. And I think it is going to be 2 cushion approach, but he hasn't played the shot well. And I think it is going to be attempt number 2 coming up there from Selby's point of view. He is going to try and have a look at this one. If managing to spot that, seeing those, but I think I've just seen those reds being way too close to the pocket. I think it's really difficult for you to pot that, especially when the frame is not actually one for your opponent. So Neil is going to have a quick look at this one, and going to have cue ball to be re-established. So attempt number 2 coming up. Selby will adjust the trajectory, and I don't really think he's trying to pot it. I think he's trying to get it on the way back off the cue ball, getting a lot closer on the second attempt. Robertson once again just checking that the cut is not there and asking the referee to put it back where it was. Of course, now it turns into a bit of a different situation now, because Selby himself will need the yellow, which finds himself into a difficult position right now. Previously, of course, that wasn't the case. So third attempt now coming up from Selby. Can't afford to give those points away right now, because it doesn't really change the picture at all. Because it was all about if you're going to have the yellow available or not going to have it available. In the end, he is going to get the red on the third attempt, but doesn't get too lucky with the approach. And the way the cue ball is actually going to land in behind the red for it to be playable into the right middle. So Robertson will certainly try and exploit that for himself. And the question is he going to be able to line himself up for the top part of the table, which probably is going to be the case if he wants to continue the break and make it a total clearance of 30 points or so. So, looks possible in the middle. Yeah, he does, but I mean, he still has to play the shot on for the pink, realistically, because of the way the yellow is set up. Ooh, he's going to have the cue ball to drop in it. No, he won't. Ooh, that's going to be important now, because had the cue ball dropped in, it would have been a ball in hand and a chance for Selby to start off another safety battle. Instead, Robertson will probably try and roll the cue ball in behind the pink. So it could be a very massive thing there for him to ensure that that cue ball was actually going to stay out on the table and not drop into the yellow pocket. Now, 16 points of advantage there, but probably Robertson is actually going to be the favourite for the frame now, with him having that snooker lined up on Selby. For the simple reason of, I mean, the obvious way for you to look at this approach, he's going to have to be played off the left-hand rail. But, I mean, are you going to be able to get the yellow safe? You can do it if you judge the pace of the cue ball to go that way, that you're going to sort of try and cannon the cue ball into the yellow in the way that the yellow is going to go on the lower part of the table, sort of a bit closer to the bulk line. Apart from that, he's just going to be sent towards the green pocket, which makes the shot a lot trickier there for him. And, well, Selby certainly doesn't seem to take that approach. 2 cushions at least. And 2 lengths of the table covered now. Let's see if he's going to be able to get somewhere close to it. And, of course, let's keep an eye on the fact if referee is actually going to call the miss on this one. But what a lovely attempt this is now from Mark Selby. And has he left the yellow in there? Because even though it was a lovely attempt, is he going to be the same yellow possible? And does he go past the bank for Robertson to try and attempt it into its own pocket? And it doesn't seem to be the case, so just try and play the yellow away, play the cue ball away from the yellow, have another snooker lined up, hopefully there for himself. And I think he's played the shot well enough to ensure that he is going to have his snooker and force Selby to go into a cushion first shot once again. And Selby would just give the referee a bit of a chance to remember the position of the cue ball. And of course himself, bit of time to study the position that he finds himself in and trying to send that cue ball into that yellow in the way. Of course, then he gets the yellow save. Can't afford to give this one away. With him being 16 points clear with that 27 on the table. He hit the yellow, but which way is he going to hit it in? He's going to hit it in the way that he's going to snooker Robertson back now. So, slice of luck there for Selby. But he's hit the yellow too well probably to give that one away. Because Robertson won't think that. And let's see if he's going to be able to get through the gap of the brown and green. And catch the yellow into the green pocket. Or does he have to try and go for a cushion first shot approach? He has tried to do that. The yellow has got the brown on the way to the lower part of the table. And once again, to the safety battle we go. So we can try and exploit the yellow to be sent onto the lower part of the table once again. But this time around, he has to try and get the cue ball somewhat close to the pink, with it being such a nice little area for him to target. He has got the positional play on the cue ball to sort of not sacrifice the position on the yellow, but still make sure that he's going to be sending the cue ball into that zone with the pink. Quite close to the yellow pocket as it stands. So the approach from Selby on the next couple of shots is going to be very important there for him. And so that's exactly the zone that he's tried to send the cue ball in towards. But in the end, he's just going to hammer the pink into the middle of the ball cushion, or a bit closer to, I should say. Robertson once again with the transition of the cue ball to be sent in the way of the yellow. And the yellow to go onto the right-hand rail. But I don't think he's played the shot with all sorts of conviction there, Robertson. I think he's very much risking of leaving this yellow away to Selby. And of course at this stage, the green is possible there for Mark. And he only is going to need the 3 ball colours, and he's going to be away into a 5-2 lead, which at this stage, especially with the way the last couple of frames have gone, ain't really going to be acceptable for Robertson. Now let's see if Selby's going to be able to drop the yellow in. So the right corner. He won't. And it is going to be once again a chance for Robertson to try and take that same yellow into the green pocket now. Big oof. What was that shot from Robert? Well, I don't really think it was a bad idea, but I think the execution has just not been at the stage there and at the level where it should have been for Robertson for the majority of the match. But ultimately, it could be one of those things that actually gets you in a better position now. Because if he makes it 27 points of a clearance from here, it'd be a nice little setup for him to make that comeback on against Selby and turn a 4-1 gap into 4-3 of a deficit in favour of Mark. And not going to be able to take that yellow into its own pocket. In the end, I thought he was actually going to attempt the yellow into the green pocket. Had other thoughts about it, and ultimately still not going to have an easy shot given away to Selby. And now Selby thought, well, now Robertson has actually missed that yellow. Let's see what Selby's going to be able to do. If he rolls this one into the right corner himself, as I say, he's still going to have that availability of green if he wants to send the cue ball into the top part of the table. But not this time around. And you rarely see Selby going for 2 risky shots in a row, although I wouldn't really call that shot into the right middle risky one. If anything, I actually think that Selby missed that shot because of him trying to play too safe. Because the rule is, yes, you don't want to catch too much of the back jaw, but another rule stands if you catch any sort of the front jaw of the middle pocket, especially when you try to roll the red in or roll the yellow in, or roll any colour in, you're going to miss that shot. And in the end, I think that was the case from Selby's point of view. So Robertson trying to get the yellow onto the lower part of the table yet again. Trying to do that with a cushion first shot. And in the end, I mean, if you thought the previous shot was bad, I mean, what on earth was he doing here? Because he knew that blue was going to be waiting for the yellow over the right middle. And right now, it is going to be one of the best chances that Selby will get for a 3-colour clearance, which is all he's going to need at this stage to get himself over the line and set up a 5-2 gap for Robertson to try and overcome. So play this cue ball with a bit of power and have himself lined up for the green. But yeah, as I say, a bit of power, but doesn't seem like it's going to be enough power out there. Although it is going to be fine from Selby. What the hell was that? Well, still not over the line there for Selby, but it does seem like Robertson just doesn't seem to find his game. And when he doesn't seem to find it, doesn't really have a lot of plan B options there to his game. But of course, you have to say that has been compromised massively by the way that Selby has approached the game. You know, he was always going to lose an odd frame or two. But apart from those ones, he has been the more consistent player of the two. Been making fewer mistakes and going for fewer risky shots now. He has to make sure he gets the green in, and he will. Now, where's the cue ball going to be on for the brown? So he'll be trying to use his magic to make sure he's going to control the position of the white. And in the end, is the brown going to be possible now into the right corner? Because frame time, by the way, 48 minutes. It doesn't feel like that. But certainly has been quite a lengthy frame here. Selby's not at his best either on these shots. Well, nah, I think that's unfair. I think he's been by far the better player. And, you know, he's one shot away from making another frame against Neil Robertson. Although, he ain't going to make it now. So, maybe spoke too soon. But I actually thought he was going to make the brown in. He didn't. And now 21 points is the advantage for Selby's point of view. Still 22 on the table, and of course the one thing that Robertson has to take away from this frame, if he wins it, is going to be the fact that when he's not playing well, and he clearly ain't, he's still going to be able to try and take the challenge to Selby, and plays a decent safety shot right now. Gets the cue ball and brown very much close to each other in a straight line, but separated by pretty much the entire length of the table, and well, I think he's just going to try and put the cue ball onto the right-hand rail, put the brown onto the left one, and give a chance away to Robertson to try and separate those two. And I mean, Selby has gone for a bit of a risky shot now. And if the cue ball is going to find the gap in between the blue and the black, and he will, I mean, you have to doubt that shot selection from Selby because, as I say, he could have gone for a much easier approach himself and separate the cue ball and the brown onto the different rail of the table. But Robertson just keeps missing those chances that Selby presents to himself. And surely he ain't going to be one more miss from Selby's point of view. He'll roll the brown in from, I don't know, third, fourth time of asking, of actually trying to close off the frame. And it is going to be a 5-2 of a gap for Robertson to try and overcome. So still could be the same scoreline like we've seen yesterday in the match of Watchalong and Robertson. And Selby hasn't managed to get the brown in either. So what is happening with Robertson? You might want to add with Selby as well because he still missed the brown in. So back to Robertson it goes. I mean, yeah, I just think the quality of this semi-final hasn't really been at the level that these two have been playing. I just think that haven't really done himself any sort of justice. Selby probably just on this frame, to be fair. Still think that he has been the better player. But, I mean, Robertson, if he doesn't take this chance, I mean, why bother? Surely he's going to take the brown in. He will, but where's the cue ball going to be? Not judging the pace well at all. Yeah, he hasn't judged the pace well at all because even though he is on the blue, the way the pink is set up, it's going to be a mighty shot there for him to try and screw the cue ball off into the pink to be taken. And yeah, he's played the shot well. Hammers the blue home. I mean, he's got the angle on the pink, but I think he would have liked to see the cue ball a bit closer towards the pink. And ultimately, of course, he still is going to need the black after the pink to be taken. And he has missed the pink. Is he going to fluke another one? He will. Wow. That is an unbelievable result from Robertson because if he doesn't fluke that pink in, it's a 5-2 gap for Selby no matter what you think. But in the end, yeah, he's going to fluke this pink in. So, you know, it's going to be one of those frames there. Of course, if Robertson manages to knock the black in, which is going to fuel the comeback with all the desire in the world, but he still missed it. And where's the cue ball going to finish? He's going to finish in a way that he's going to be a long shot available for Selby. So, I think it was this frame, by the way, that has seen Robertson go for an almighty fluke previously, but he still didn't manage to take it into a frame-winning opportunity. Now misses the black into the right middle, And Selby once again has got a short selection to try and take the black into the yellow pocket. What the hell is this frame? Well, have you seen the Robertson miss yet on the black? I mean, whoever's going to win it. I mean, if Selby wins this one, by the way, I think it's a 6-2 scoreline written all over it, because Robertson will be absolutely fuming with himself, and he's got every sort of reason to be. I still think it is going to be Selby's frame for the taking. I just think that, you know, he's going to knock in one of those blacks in. Not this one, though. Very close, but he's going to stay out, and Selby played that nice little shot on the cue ball side to make sure that he wasn't going to leave anything easy out there with getting the cue ball perfectly set up on the ball cushion. So another safety play. Missed it by a margin. Yeah, he missed that one by a margin. And Selby managed to get close to the yellow pocket, but ultimately still missed his shot. So Robertson had the first safety of his mind. And, well, Selby still seems to be up for it. He does have a little bit of a smile on his face. I think that's because he's got a 2-frame cushion as it stands. Fan seems to enjoy it in the background. Of course, for a neutral, it's absolutely brilliantly to watch, but if you're a Selby or Robertson fan, if you've got any hair left on your head, I'll be actually impressed with you. So this time around, Selby does actually go for a straightforward shot of just trying to separate the cue ball on the black onto the opposite sides of the table, one on the left, one on the right. So send the black onto the black ball cushion, try and put the cue ball away and into the top part of the table. I think Robertson manages to play the shot pretty well, because that's just going to force Selby to go off an edge of the black to make sure he's going to avoid the double kiss, which is going to be very much destructive there for him. Now, 6 points, of course. I mean, it all comes down to the couple of misses on the snooker from Selby, because at that point he would have been sort of 26 points ahead with 22 on the table. Would not have been enough for Robertson to try and climb this one back. And, well, it's a nice little shot played by Selby, but ultimately it's maybe, I mean, he says and he's smiling himself, and he's enjoying himself, Selby, but I don't think he will be if he is to lose this frame. And, of course, ultimately, he's still going to be a potential double approach for Robertson to take into account. Let's see if he's going to go for it. He won't. So just tries to send the black back on his spot out there, and he played the shot with just about enough power to make sure he wasn't going to leave that black available for Selby. But in the end, the advantage that Mark Selby's had to his name is going to evaporate. And, yeah, once again, just has to try and put the cue ball on the black onto the opposite side of the table. Once again, puts both of them onto the cushion. Goes to the opposite ones. But lovely little shot there by Selby, because that's just going to limit the control from Robertson's point of view. And, I mean, Neil can go for a little through cushion double, the cock hat double as they call it, into the left middle, but ultimately you probably don't want to do that when you're risking to go 5-2 down in the semi-final match against someone like Mark Selby especially, which is going to be very difficult to play and win 4 frames on the bounce against off. So Robertson just trying to go for a simple escape, and of course, you know, that is a switch in the play there, because Selby had a safety play started with him being on the back foot massively, and this time around he's got a nice little short selection to try and put the cue ball perfectly on the black ball cushion, send the black away from the cue ball, and therefore put himself as the dominant force now on this safety play. So goes for the black to be sent to the top part of the table, and I think he wants it lined up on the top part of the D. He's played the shot really nicely once again out there, because very close to being a straight line there with the cue ball, right in the middle of the table, with the cue ball being very much closed up towards the black ball cushion. So once again, this time around, it is going to be the switch of the play from Neil Robertson's point of view. Selby's going to try and exploit the shot selection that Neil was trying on him previously, but of course was unable to execute them to the perfect extent. He go for a little double himself, probably not on this occasion. So just try and send the cue ball into the blue spot and have that black lined up as close to the ball cushion as possible. Once again, both class players, yeah, absolutely, as I say. I just don't think I'm not going to be harsh on Selby, to be fair, because I've given him enough criticism as it is. I think he's played really well in this match. I just think he has struggled to get over the line in this frame. But ultimately, you have to say, when you're not playing well and he's still not lost this frame, you can't. It's not like you can criticise him massively. And Robertson, I mean, I could criticise him a lot more for sure, because I don't think he's been anywhere near the form that we've seen against Dom Ford and John Higgins, or any sort of glimpses that we've seen in Shanghai Masters or Saudi Arabian Masters this season. Ultimately, I just think that it is going to be Selby's frame to win, because I just think there is going to be one more massive mistake from one of these two players, and I just feel like it is going to be Robertson, which is actually going to make it. For now, none of those mistakes seem to be coming the way of either one of those two, with them surely just wasting all sorts of mana for the mistakes that they have performed previously in this frame. Of course, it is frame number 7. We could still see 4 more after this one, potentially, if the match is to go the distance. And the match time is already approaching 3 hours, something that you could have predicted in the match featuring Mark Selby, but on this occasion, I actually think it is going to be one of those frames which is probably going to be compromised a bit more by Robertson, actually, because of him making too many errors there. Unlike Selby, 5-2 down, I can't see Robertson winning. Yes, same, and that's what I'm saying, why it turns into a massive frame for either one of those two, especially for Robertson, of course, because I still have a feeling that Selby will win this frame anyway, but even if he loses this one, Robertson ain't going to be able to sort of get away with the way he's been playing the game so far against someone like Mark Selby, that's actually managed to play quite well for the majority of the matchup. Let's see, we're going to have one more twist and one more mistake out there. But now it's Robertson that he's going to try and have the cue ball to be stunned on the black ball cushion, and have the black itself to be sent on towards the top part of the table. I mean, had he played the shot with a bit more power on the black, may have actually left it over the green pocket. Instead, he's going to have the black to disappear into the green pocket this time around. So, just playing one more shot off, trying to separate the cue ball and the black onto the opposite sides of the table. And Neil goes down to hit a similar shot of trying to go for the sort of cue ball to be sent to the lower part of the table, but I mean, it doesn't really want it to be heading anywhere near the left-hand corner with the cue ball, but still manages to control it nicely, to be fair. And realistically, for the first time in maybe 7 or 8 shots, you're going to have Neil Robertson setting up the pace to the safety battle, and Mark Selby trying to recover from this one. Ideally, he wants to try and send the cue ball and the black onto the opposite sides of the table once again, on the left and right, but I mean, let's see with the way that he's going to try and approach the shot. And I mean, it is not really going to be a chance there given away to Robertson. By the way, the frame time has gone over an hour now, so certainly been one of those lengthy ones. And seeing everything happen in this frame in between the two. Robertson once again with a lovely little escape from the black ball, having that one lined up perfectly on the ball cushion yet again. And Robertson once again goes back to his seat. Selby is quick off his seat and trying to put all the distance in between the white and the black once again, but this time around in his favour. And call it a bit too thinner, you would think, but actually turned out to be a better shot there for him, because you're going to have all sorts of hope eliminated there for Robertson to try and take a double into the right middle. In the end, it is probably going to be one of those shots that you just try and send the black onto the middle of the ball cushion yet again and have the cue ball lined up onto the blue spot. Not for the first time of asking. And, well, he's tried to take it with a 2-cushion escape on getting the black on towards the ball cushion, but still played the shot quite nicely. Cue ball, though, is still going to be very close to it. So, don't think he's going to trouble Selby on this occasion. Although, of course, Mark has to be careful that, you know, sending the black onto the lower part of the table has to be sublime in his short selection. For the simple reason of, you feel like he's, well, right now, especially such a drought since last pot time, whoever gets the first realistic chance is going to be able to take it. And certainly going to be able to go for that approach. But now it's another lovely little shot by Selby. So it puts the pressure back onto Robertson. And asking him to play another shot of trying to send the black onto the left-hand rail. Have the cue ball accelerated away. And maybe just sending it onto the black ball cushion this time around. So, I mean, this time around, the black ain't going to be in the covered up spot. So if it is going to be a long shot taken by Selby, he's going to have to be now. I'd say he can't afford to lose this frame, but he can certainly afford to win it, because if he does win it, if Robertson loses an hour-long frame right now in the way that he's lost it, he ain't going to be coming back now. Absolutely not. Whether it would have been a 5-4 of a scoreline or 5-2, he ain't going to be coming back against someone like Mark Selby, because I guarantee you Selby will be able to use that to his advantage to just slow the game down even more and just force Robertson to be playing all sorts of slow shots out there. But, I mean, I say that. Of course, that was the case if Selby was going to pot their black, but I'm not even sure if he was attempting that. But if it was a safety shot, I think in the interview you called that an attempt for an attacking approach, because the same black is going to be available to Robertson, and just about he is going to miss it once again. So surely Selby ain't going to miss this one now. And very close to the green pocket. It was a decent effort there by Robertson, but in the end caught way too much of the front jaw for it to drop in. And Selby surely is going to take this one away. He will. And it is now Mark Selby to win this hour-long frame, to set himself up for a 5-2 of a cushion. Neil Robertson had all the chances in the world, but ultimately it is now going to be Mark Selby 5, Neil Robertson 2, and ultimately Mark only needs one more frame to finally get himself in the final clash against Watchalong, his first in this season. Of course, didn't make one in the sort of World Championship anyway. I don't think he's made one in the Tour Championship or the Players Championship, so it will be his first one in sort of 15 tournaments that he's played this and last season. So he'll be quite an achievement therefore. Of course, not a ranking event, but still an invitational, and having gone through the opposition of Stephen Maguire, Mark Williams, and only a frame away from doing the same to Neil Robertson now. Took a while. Yeah, it only has been 84 years for us to get through that one. But ultimately, as I say, it was always going to be Selby for me, and he did manage to take that one, because I still felt like the body language, the suggestions that he was playing all those shots with a smile, even though he hasn't really played too good of a frame, you still felt like there was a massive mistake for Robertson coming up, and the shot that he tried to take into the green pocket should be the one the professional snooker player that actually puts away, especially when you talk about the world number 3. You know, the second highest seed left out in the tournament now, of course, until the semi-final stage. And well, listen, he had to make that one stick. He didn't, and in the end, it was a straightforward put away for Selby's point of view. And just like I said, I would expect this one to go very much the way of Mark Selby now, because even though, you know, there is a tendency that when you get to that one frame zone, when you need only one more frame is all it takes me to be in the final, semi-final, or claim the title, there is usually a couple of frames that you're going to lose after that point. Don't really see that being the case right now. I think Selby is going to be able to play the game that he wants to, set up the pace to frame number 8, and ultimately just have too much to offer there for Neil Robertson. I think Neil has played a game which has been way below his average so far, and therefore it hasn't been anywhere near good enough to try and actually defeat Mark Selby. That he's going to go for a break-off shot. And remember, of course, the break-off shot of Mark Selby on frame number 6, I think it was, left there 104 break on the line for Neil Robertson, which he has managed to take emphatically. But ever since, that has, a lot of time has gone since then, even though he was on this single frame. Frame number 7 lasting well over an hour. And a lovely little break-off shot this time around from Selby's point of view. Let's see what the approach is going to be from Robertson. Is he going to try and go for the red straight away? Don't think he could see that one, to be fair. So plays a safety shot now. Tries to get the cue ball onto the lower part of the area. And he's going to have the red to disappear onto the top part of it. So Selby just once again just looking to see if he's going to have any of those reds available into the right middle, which probably is going to be the case, because that way Robertson would have not taken the shot selection now. Let's see, I think the first chance is going to be absolutely massive in this frame, and I actually think whichever way it goes, whoever is going to get the first chance is still going to be in favour of Selby, because if Robertson gets a decent chance, I still don't think it's going to be good enough there for him to get a frame on the board. And obviously if Selby gets himself a chance, from what we've seen so far, sort of more likely than not, he does tend to put those away. It was quite lucky though not to give a ball in hand away to Robertson. Nearly jawed him as well on the yellow pocket. And ultimately Neil, I think, will be able to get through to their red and try and send that one to the main pack of reds and have the cue ball lined up for the bulk area instead. Play the shot pretty nicely, to be fair. But I still think that he's going to be all down to that first little bit of an hesitation for the long shot approach for Neil Robertson or Mark Selby. What Mark seemed to be making the majority of those so far. Neil still not really able to get to grips with his long shot game. I mean, has he left on the red now for Mark Selby to try and exploit? Or is it just going to be a safety approach? It is going to be a safety shot being played. And ultimately, Selby hasn't played this one too well. Now, talk about chances given away to Robertson. Has taken one of them as an absolute carbon copy into the left middle. Let's see if he's going to be able to take it this time around again. Doesn't seem to be that way. I think he's missed it. The camera angle not doing a particularly good job, and he has missed it. Now, has he left it on for Selby? I think he has. But I also think he's going to be very marginal. And yeah, I think he can get through to this red. I think he just about can. Selby will have a good look at this one. And by the way, it ain't easy, because there's a bit of distance in between the left middle and the red. And also the cue ball itself is quite close to the green pocket. But I think Selby has to go for this red anyway, at least to try and get it away from the pocket. But also I think he'll be able to knock this one in, get himself off into the blue or black, and try and accelerate himself off into one more break chance. Of course, if he is to make a red in, we tried to play that with power, which was actually quite surprised of his short selection. And in the end, Robertson is going to come back to the table for the red to be taken into the right corner. So once again, does it classify into one of those positions that I said he's going to be decent there for Robertson, which this stage and the way his game has gone, probably unlikely to take into a frame-winning opportunity. Probably is, to be fair, because he's got 3 reds available. You can try and make that into 4, but he nearly run himself out of position on the first. No, not nearly. He run himself out of position straight away. He plays the red and black combination, and he run himself out of a position on a straightforward red to be taken into the right corner. So yeah, Robertson just has been way below his average game. And he ain't going to be enough to dispatch Mark Selby, that's actually played pretty well for the majority of the match. Just been struggling to get the last couple of frames to go his way, but ultimately still managed to win a couple of them, so can't criticise him too much. And ultimately, of course, it's all going to come down to the moment that Robertson is actually going to lose it and go for a shot that isn't there, leave it on for Selby, and he might be going for one right now because he's looking for a plant to be taken into the right corner, and I think it doesn't really go too straight into the pocket anyway, but also it's a 3-ball plant. The cue ball is going to have to be sent into it with power to make sure that it's not going to stick to those reds. So it just makes the shot a bit tricky there for Robbo. As I say, at this stage, any shot that he plays, especially if he misses that red, can be his last one that he's going to play in the semi-final and the Champion of Champions campaign this season. So once again, going for the red into the right corner doesn't seem to be the right approach, and shot time well over 90 seconds. Form problems are Lock and not taking chances. Yeah, absolutely. Robertson's form must have been bad, otherwise I'd fancy him to be ahead. Well, yeah, he has been playing really badly, to be fair. A bit harsh, but I think it's a bit fair. Well, listen, when you get that chance that he just had to himself, when you get 8 points out of it, you have to say that the player's playing badly anyway, and that has been the story for him on the majority out of those 8 frames. And Selby just been consistently decent. You know, I had some glimpses of brilliance. That century break of 127 points. He had that sort of moments of madness where he was leaving brown and a couple of reds away to Robertson, but it's not like Neil was able to take all of them anyway. Right now, cross double to be played after a little exchange of safeties. And once again, just not having enough pace on the cue. It just doesn't seem like anything is going to go right there for him in his game, because it's a simple approach on the shot, and the cue shouldn't be anywhere near being underneath the bulk line, and yet it is. So back to Selby it goes. And Selby, of course, can try and golf with this red into the left corner, although probably, I mean, not going to be the wisest shot in the pure reason of, if he does manage to miss this one, he's going to be available there, most likely to Robertson, although he has played the shot well in the case of covering up that red, which has gone over the left middle by the main pack of reds with his cue positioning. So back to Robertson it goes. So still, realistically, any of their players been unable to work for their chance. Robertson, of course, got a very cheap one after a miss from Selby earlier in the frame. Into the left middle, which of course was a mistake by Robertson anyway. Now let's see if Neil does manage to get the cue into the safe zone. I think he does. And Mark is going to be able to be the player that has actually probably forced to try and take some of those reds away from the main pack and have a little bit of distance support in between those sort of 13 reds now, with one of them being away from the pack. And of course, one more has been potted previously by Neil Robertson. So play the cue ball in the way that he's going to have the limited sort of number of reds to try and spread across the table. Played the shot lovely once again out there. Whatever you say about Selby once again, you have to point out the fact that his safety game has been sublime yet again. And it's a straightforward comment because, you know, Selby's known for being such a good safety player, but the way he plays those shots, and that was probably a shot that Robertson thought he had Selby into a little bit of trouble, because I'm telling you right now, if Robertson plays that shot with exactly the outcome that he's played right now, he had an easier shot out there, Robertson, than the one that Selby had previously, and he's put the red over the left corner pocket for Selby to try and take. Not good enough there from Robertson's point of view, and surely the chance that he's going to be taken quite nicely by Selby. Robertson will know that, by the way. It's just one of those times that it's not your day, you're not playing well, you don't really have the sort of any sort of momentum to try and carry over with you, and you know, realistically, you needed Mark Selby to be playing really badly for Robertson to win this match. Doesn't seem to be the case, and probably unpopular opinion, but probably one of the, if not the worst matchups in terms of the quality play of the Champion of Champions campaign, for the simple reason of the way that all the other matches have gone really nicely. I felt that even though there hasn't been a competitive spirit, there always has been a player that was able to run away with this one, and to an extent, Mark Selby has been able to do that, and as I say, he certainly has managed to play his part. He's played really, really well up to this point. I think that frame number 7 and the break-off shot in frame number 6 probably have been his weakest points, but ultimately he's managed to win 50% of his weakest points of frames, and now accelerates himself off into a level of a score sheet right now in this frame. Tries to take the black into the right corner once again and play the majority of those reds in and around the black spot. Does very much seem to be the case for him to try and exploit that. Chance which Robertson very kindly left out to him through no sort of will of his own. So once again, I mean, countless reds available for Selby, so it's going to be a massive waste if he doesn't take this position away into at least a sort of a 50 points of a gap, but realistically, have to make an century out of it, and of course, getting the frame and much won for the way that the reds are actually set up perfectly there for him just to take one at a time. He decided to go for the ones on the lower part of the table for the simple reason of, I think one of them is blocking the black to go into the left corner. So right now, He's going to take that red into the right corner for good measure, play their black into the same pocket and have that one accelerated and away from any sort of problems at all. So Selby's having a look one more time now. 16 points to separate those two. Selby trying to just see the perfect way for him to line up on the red. I think he was trying to be on top of the black for him to use that one extra red, which would have been underneath the black ball spot. But in the end, it does seem like he's landing very straight on his black, which is still not going to be an issue, but has to judge the pace of the cue ball nicely to ensure that he's going to have the red taken into the right middle in the perfect manner for himself. And that's exactly what he's done. Of course, he's got a couple of those lined up, but ultimately I think the one that he's going to keep him on the black for now, I think is going to be the one that Selby will be looking to take on. And just once again, having to go really deep onto the cue ball, but having that one to be played with a bit power, but ultimately not too much about it. 24 points now is the advantage for Selby. Asks the referee to clean the white once again. And has a look to see if he's going to be able to go for the lower red this time around. Of course, was trying to do that on the previous occasion. Landed a bit awkward on the black at that time. Had to play a screw back shot. But this time around, he's just going to be able to take the black into the right corner. And to have the cue ball set up. Very straight on this red though. So I think he's now going to be at 31 points of advantage. So take that red along the cushion. And once again, go really deep into the cue ball. And trying to screw the cue ball back on towards the black to be taken. So 32 now. Points the advantage. So Selby's taking a bit of a time in between the shots. But you can understand that for him to try and making it into the final. For the first time in this season, as I say, has been quite close to making that against Watchalong when he managed to reach the semi-final stage of the English Open, which up to this point has been his highest point achieved in this season, and still is, of course, if you talk about ranking events. But for the Invitational event, hasn't really played too well in the Shanghai Masters. I think he got himself into a quarter-final stage, which, you know, for the Invitational event of sort of last 32 being the first stage, it's probably not the best achievement there for him. Now takes the blue, which he manages to land the top side of anyway, into the left middle. And still not going to run himself out of easy reds to try and play. The one into the right corner, it's probably going to disappear first. And 83 points, still going to be on the table there. But Robertson, you have to say, he's played a really good tournament up to this point. But, you know, ever since that opening frame, you felt like it has all gone downhill. Had glimpses, had a nice little century made in that frame number 6. Managed to capitalise on that mistake from Selby, but ultimately felt like had to be a lot more straightforward in that frame number 7 and had way too many chances wasted away. And ultimately Selby managed to take that frame and ever since then never looked back and only had one target ahead of himself, which would have been a scoreline of 6 frames to 2. Of course, I don't think you could see Selby losing one more frame after the way of the previous frame has actually ended, with it being over an hour, of course. So pretty much equaling the time total of the opening 4 frames being played before the intermission break. Now 53 points is the advantage for Selby, so 2 more reds taken away, and he's going to be off into the final spot with Watchalong. And I think he's run himself into a difficult situation now, because all he had to do was get himself on the pink. In the end, he still has the blue or black to choose from, but not going to be straightforward on any of those two. I still think he's going to be easier for him to try and go for the blue. So now 54 points is the advantage. 67 on the table. So yeah, as I say, he still needs a colour on the red. And probably needs the red bit more. I mean, he's looking to go for the black to be taken into the right corner. And yeah, he's a bit unhappy with the way he's actually forcing himself to go for those difficult shots right at the end of it. So maybe there is going to be one more word said from Neil Robertson, and maybe there's a chance of him at least making a comeback in this frame if Selby is to miss this black, which of course he's going to be very much reluctant to give the position away to Robertson. But that he's going to do that now, and it is going to be one more chance presented to Neil Robertson. I did say I actually thought the blue was going to be easier there from Selby, because this is a very difficult black there for him to try and take. And in the end, it is going to be a chance to Neil Robertson. Don't think you can talk about the comeback in the match. I think you can try and focus on this frame for now. Out of the 5 reds, you don't really have anything that is going to compromise him massively, and then he's just going to sort of be classified as a difficult shot there for him. The 3 reds on the left-hand cushion, one of them can be taken into the left middle right now, and the other 2 can be easily got in behind off. But Robertson doesn't seem to be sort of too quick with the way that he wants to take those shots on. I think as he's trying to go for the next colour selection. Maybe it is going to be the black, maybe it is going to be the blue. Let's see what his plan is going to be now. So for now, of course, has to roll the red into the left middle. So a little bit of a stun shot. And, well, I don't know if he wants to be straight on the black or what, but as I say, I don't really understand what was the preparation all about. Of course, he's got that red to try and be sending to the right middle right now after this black. And maybe he wants to go really deep onto the cue ball, and maybe that's why he wanted to be so straight, so that he can try and have the cue ball to hammer those 2 reds, which are currently quite close to the left-hand cushion. In the end, not going to do that just yet. And Robertson just trying to take that red into the left middle. Can Robertson steal this one? He can, but it doesn't mean that he will. And I mean, it's difficult now because, as I say, it's a straightforward position for you to make a clearance of, but Robertson doesn't really fill me up with confidence. And especially with shots like that, where he just made the position of the red even worse. Yeah, as I say, don't really... Even if he makes a comeback in the frame, I still don't see him coming back from being 5-2 down, but not really being a pessimist. I just go from what I've seen in the previous 7 frames. And once again, he was trying to cannon the cue ball in towards the gap in between the 2 reds, and he just made the position worse for himself. Now has got a difficult red into the right middle to be played, and ultimately, I mean, he needed to be perfect on that to have full control of the cue ball, to have the white setup in the way for the black, that he was going to be able to make the cannon onto those 2. And in the end, he's forced to play a safety shot, which he probably is the right shot there for him to play. But the fact that he's managed to take 15 points out of the position that he's had ahead of himself is nothing short of baffling at this stage. And once again, back to the safety battle we go. Another chance wasted there by Robertson, and Selby will be absolutely delighted, by the way. And the thing about this one, though, you can see similarities in the performance of Watchalong and Neil Robertson up against Mark Selby and Watchalong, but ultimately, I still think that Trump was able to be a bit better than Selby, especially. There was a sequence and there was a pattern with Trump, and you can see the progression. The sort of further we were getting into that match, Trump was playing better and better, and Selby, I thought he's played a brilliant shot. In the end, it does seem to apologise to Neil, so probably wasn't actually playing in the way that, you know, it looked like on the TV. He was playing that perfect, trying to catch the red on the left-hand side and get the cue ball into the safe zone on the top part of it. In the end, he's going to have Robertson not snookered on those reds, but still put him in a complicated situation now. And yeah, you can just see the progression with Trump, with him playing better and better, and Watchalong in the end was just unable to respond to that performance of Trump winning 6 frames on the bounce. And momentum can be a very dangerous thing of a player like Watchalong or Watchalong. It can be a very dangerous thing if you're Mark Selby or Neil Robertson, of course. But with the way those 2 on the lower part of the jaw actually take it to the game, you could feel like if Watchalong was playing the way that Trump was, he could have easily taken 6 frames himself. And in the end, if you talk about Mark Selby and Neil Robertson, Robertson has struggled very similarly to Watchalong, but I think Watchalong had a bit more confidence in the opening part of the match, and he was actually trying to take the game to Trump and sort of played on a level playing field. In the end, I just think like Robertson wasn't able to do that against Selby, and one more long shot potentially available now to Mark. But he's going to refuse this one once again. So he just put one more red on towards the left-hand cushion. And of course, at this stage, I have to say for Robertson, it is very important to keep all three reds in open play with the way that he's not going to have any of those available to Selby. Robertson runs hot and hold. Well, I mean, I've seen them mention that on the Snooker Club. Once again, it's a long shot taken badly by Robertson, but this time around he's going to get away with this. Has Snooker, Saudi Arabia Masters done Robertson dirty? Of course, he's managed to get himself a 500,000 ranking points and a lovely little check of the same amount of money in his bank account. But ultimately, has he played any sort of decent snooker ever since? In sequences. I mean, he had decent matches here and there, but ultimately, was he able to go sort of 3 frames on the bounce without putting a bad performance? 3 matches on the bounce, I should say. Not really for me. I think that performance against O'Sullivan was really good from him. By the way, Selby just gone for a double into the right middle, missed that one, and ultimately was always going to leave the only chance for Robertson of trying to leave the same red away to Neil. Doesn't really seem to be the case unless he wants to take it into the yellow pocket along the cushion, which ain't going to be easy. Of course, he has withdrawn himself from Wuhan Open after that brilliant campaign in Saudi. Then he had a very much like a last 32 loss in English Open. I think he was to Jackson Page. British Open, lost out to Sean Murphy, I think. And what are we talking then? Xi'an Grand Prix didn't actually... Well, yeah, he had different reasons, so he had to pull out of China Grand Prix. International Championship, losing to Zach Zuerti by a scoreline of 6 frames to 3 at the time where he actually was the highest seed left out in the tournament. Ooh, that's a really good shot, that is. And Selby clearly didn't expect that one because he was in the background just waiting for a safety shot to be played. And Robertson has put out an absolute rocket in the yellow pocket. And good question. Well, that's what I'm saying. And ultimately, I've seen them mention it that Saudi Arabian Masters should be quite deeper into the calendar year. But, of course, that's going to be for the WST to try and sort out. Right now, it is green that is taken into its own pocket now. So, the comeback is still on for this frame, because the red that Robertson is going to try and go for shouldn't be too much of an issue. Although he has played it with power. And ultimately, I think he's played it with too much power. Because he wanted to be on the side of the blue, was going to send the cue ball onto the lower part of the table. Instead, he's going to have the white to be sent onto towards the bulk area. And he ain't really going to do him any sort of good now, because he's got the red on the upper part of the lower part of the table. So basically quite close to the blue line, but just under it. And on the left-hand side, 34 points is the advantage for Selby as it stands. So, of course, it will be cut down to 29 points with the blue to be taken. But it will be, of course, a pursuit for the red if Robertson is unable to take this one in. And he won't be, because he tried to cannon the cue ball in towards that red and not even going to have an attempt of a double, with the cue ball finishing over the pink. So now 29 points is the advantage for Selby. Still 35 on the table as it stands. And just having a look to see if Robertson is going to be able to go for the red to be sent in towards the green pocket, or he's going to have something else on his mind. But ultimately, the thing that I'm talking about now is if Robertson ends the break here, it is going to be match ball for Selby for this red. So all he needs is to have one good pot. And Robertson, of course, needs to get himself on the collar and a sequence of 8 balls to be potted for him to be lasting at least one more frame in this semi-final, which has gone over 3.5 hour mark as it stands. So once again, back to the safety battle. And of course, the majority of those have been won by Selby recently. But the last one wasn't. And the first shot is still going to be a massive chance here for Selby, because he can get the brown and yellow in between that red, which is exactly what he's done. And at this stage, you have to say any miss for Robertson and 4 foul points given away is going to bring him on to what? 33 points behind, 35 on the table. So he's going to have to pot the red with pink or black to make sure he's going to be still in the hunt for the frame. And he's played that one with all the power in the world. Let's see if he's going to get safe, though. I think he will. I think he will get lucky with this one. And yeah, I think Selby ain't going to be able to get through to this red to take it into the left middle, which of course would have been a perfect chance there for him. Let's see if he's going to be able to get anywhere near this red, to be fair, because of course it could be a very important point in this frame. Yeah, he's just able to get the red into the left cushion and actually manages to put the pink and blue out of position. Have those quite next to each other, right by the pink spot. So back to Robertson it goes, and well, he just made the position a bit more tricky there for him, because he's going to have the brown out of position, he's going to have the blue out of position now. And ultimately, I don't think Robertson has played too nice of a shot here, because he would have liked to see that brown being in the way of the red enough so that Selby can't go for the bull cushion escape. I mean, Selby's having a good look at this one, so maybe it's actually not going to be the case now. So let's see if he's going to have enough of the right-hand spin to go around the brown and try and hit the red from behind. Important shot now, of course, for this frame, because even though it's still... You could have Selby as a massive favourite now because of the points tally. Not really going to have any of those colours safe now. You can have a couple of them placed in awkward spots, but ultimately, if Robertson needs to get himself off into a nice position off the red, you would expect him to clear up from here. But would it be the first time that you would actually expect some sort of clearance from Neil Robertson? That leaves that long red available once again there for Selby, and are we entering that stage where Selby can allow himself to go for those type of reds, because more often than not he's actually been knocking those in, and of course that turns into a match ball. You'll double check that and ensure that is the case. To go 30 points clear with 27 on the table, and the look on his face does seem to suggest that he's going to go for it. Whether he'll make it or not is another question. Nope, not this time around. So where's the cue ball going to finish? Just trying to go for a safety approach. Was never going to snooker Robertson on this occasion, unless he was trying to get the red way further in towards the yellow pocket. And not going to be the case once again out there. So Robertson just trying to, well, hold on to this one, and at least not give anything away to Selby, which he has managed to do quite nicely on for the remaining parts of the previous frame. But ultimately, when he had a chance himself, was unable to take it, and Selby was able to punish him with taking the black, which ultimately got him a 5-2 over gap to head into this frame. Although Robertson has just played a nice little shot there to get Selby at least thinking about this one. He can try and get around the green once again, but with the red being so close to the right-hand cushion, he has to be taking this one with care. And cue ball to be sent with a little bit of power isn't going to be a problem there for Selby, but he is going to miss this shot, and in the end he's going to give a free ball away. Don't think that's the case. So 4 points given away now to Robertson. Of course, it is important now, because it is no longer going to be a frame ball there for Selby if he only gets himself in with the red. And I mean, technically I still think that Robertson can get himself, get Selby to replay the shot, because he wasn't actually far enough ahead for Robertson to not be able to catch him. Yep, so he will be attempt number 2 for Mark Selby. Let's see if he's going to play it with a similar approach. There seems to be very little room there for him to play this one. And yeah, Selby just fairly saying that couldn't see that much of the red, and asking the cue ball to go further in behind the green. So good sportsmanship there from Selby. Of course, he could have said that no, he should go on the other direction, but instead he's going against himself. And I think this time around he is going to play it off the cushion escape, at least of the ball cushion. But ideally he wants to catch the red full ball if he is to play this one with power. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Not this time around. And yeah, played that one nicely. To be fair, didn't really have to play that with power, but I mean, I say didn't. If he plays that with power and gets the red safe, which is a big if to be fair, he doesn't allow Robertson to have that momentum once again going into the safety battle with one more frame going over 30-minute mark. And of course, this time around, he's going to be a nice little chance for Robertson to try and get the cue ball in behind the pack of pink and blue. And in the end, it's a decent approach there by Robertson, but I think this time around he was just trying to get the cue ball onto the black ball cushion. So, once again, back to the safety battle, and Selby trying to get the cue ball and the red separated away from each other. Send that one onto the lower part of the table. And play through the cue ball probably is going to allow him to dictate the run of play for the next couple of shots, but he's decided to go for a cross double, and I mean, he's going to have some benefits of the shot, especially if he manages to snooker Neil Robertson here, which does seem to be the case now, because he's managed to put the green safe and onto the left-hand side of the table, which, remember, Selby won't need anyway, under any sort of circumstances, unless he gives away more foul points. And Robertson trying to hit that red with a swerve. He's actually played the shot really nicely there, because even though he's going to leave that long red available to Selby to try and play, it's going to be far from easy. Selby doing what Selby does, and that's basically watertight safety play, and in general gives his opponent nothing free. Selby, John Higgins are the absolute best there has been at safety. Lovely point, and probably have to agree with all bits of it. John Higgins is one of the strongest players in the safety battle, and Mark Selby has that brilliant power, which pretty much no one has on the snooker tour, of he can try and force you to play the way of the game that he wants to play, which is the safe way. By the way, he just missed the shot off into the right corner. Doesn't seem to leave anything easy for Robertson though, because his cue ball control was still very much on good terms. Robertson is going to try and attempt to cut this red into the yellow pocket, but is he going to touch the blue? That way, the same red is going to be possible there for Selby to try and take. See if he's going to attempt it though. And yeah, Selby is certainly one of the best, if not the best player when it comes to the safety play. But apart from that safety play, he also has some good play in terms of his long shots have actually been really good today. And his break building skills haven't actually been that raw, because he had a break of, 68 points? Or was it 80 points? And a break of 127 points in quite a scrappy sort of second part of this match. He still managed to take control of it. And didn't actually look for one bit that Robertson was going to be able to come back into this encounter. Spot on with everything you just said about Selby. Yeah, as I say, like, you can say all you want about Selby, that he tries to take the sting out of the game, but what I say is, why don't other people do it? Because he's the best. And when you are the best, you can try and exploit your game to the way you want. And if you want to criticize Selby, I think you're a fool, because he's a 4-time world champion. He's managed to win back-to-back world titles. And, I mean, is there anyone in the snooker world that doesn't actually like John Higgins? I'm pretty sure he's one of the sort of three, not probably three, but one of the two players that I can say have got absolutely no haters. Mark Williams being the other one. I think another name that has to jump out is going to be Ronnie O'Sullivan, but I mean, he's so popular, he must have some sort of haters. But Mark Williams and John Higgins just seem to be probably the most likeable players on the tour. And the way that they approach the game, very different from each other, but also trying to do it in a positive way. And, you know, Higgins has so many positive parts to his game that you can actually try and actually struggle to comprehend which one of them is actually strongest. Is it the long shots, which he's still very good at? Is it the safety play, which is brilliant at, and one of the best players, as you say, Ali? Probably will agree on you that he's second best after Selby. Is he going to be the break building? He's got so many maximums in his career that he's managed to take. As it 13, I think it was. He's managed to make it into a 1,000 century club, so clearly doesn't have a problem with making high-value breaks. Just has such a lovely personality, so humble, so great off the table, is always so encouraging of his opponents. Yeah, I just think the man has no haters, and for a reason. Once again, back to the safety. Robertson is going to try and put the distance in between the red and the cue ball. And, well, not just the distance, but also trying to have the yellow in between the cue and the target red. Like Ronnie O'Sullivan says, if you wanted to build a snooker player, then you would build John Higgins. Yeah, I will agree with you once again. I think another thing that I've seen Ronnie say about Higgins is the minor, I want to emphasize, adjustment that he would say to John is that he can be a bit more aggressive, because Ronnie says that he actually underestimates how good he is. So, you know, when he has a little bit of a 50-50 shot, Ronnie feels like sometimes John doesn't go for those. But that just, maybe it's a sign of experience. But also, you can turn that on its head and say, I don't think there is a player on tour that actually wins as many deciders in a season or an average as John Higgins does, because I don't think you would back anyone more than you would John Higgins in a decider. Especially, well, you could talk about Mark Cullen, especially this season, especially the English Open, where was it 4 or 5 deciders that he managed to take on the bounce against, what was it, Ding Junhui, Ben Wollaston, Jack Jones, Elias Lesser, Joey Long. And I probably missed a couple of players as well. So, certainly has been on form this season, but usually would say that it is going to be John Higgins for you to back, and still no sign of a safety play to end. Selby tried to go for a double there into the left middle, missing out on that one by a slim margin. Having that same red available to Neil. And, well, Robertson can try and go for this one, but of course, as I say, it's no longer on for a total clearance for the simple reason of green being out of position. Yeah, he's going to miss this red, and where's he going to finish? It is going to finish in a position for Selby to take this one, and I think it is inevitably going to turn into one of those battles where you're going to have 2 players going for the long shot, and in the end, one of them, inevitably, is going to make it sooner rather than later. Let's see if it is going to be Mark Selby. Had his last pot time of 23 minutes ago. No, he's not going to even attempt this one. As I say, it's very rarely you see Mark Selby go for 2 pot attempts in a row, especially with those being long shots, but he's managed to take a nice little safety with Neil Robertson being snookered now on the brown. Going to be difficult for him. Spot on with everything he's saying. Also, as you say, Mark Selby's on the break with his break. But yeah, I just think, you know, as I say, I'm not really a fan of him watching him play, but I think whoever criticised him for not being good enough of a player is an absolute fool because of everything that he's managed to achieve. And just because you're so good at the safety play doesn't mean that you're going to be crap at everything else. And what I'll tell you is, Selby was good only with his safety play. By the way, the safety play was basically just won of the match now, with Robertson being unable to get himself off into a sticker situation. Now, 27 points is the advantage for 26 points is the advantage for Selby. So the blue will take him over the line and will leave Robertson needing 2 snookers. So it is going to be clash of styles of Watchalong against Mark Selby tomorrow. Looking forward to that one. Not quite Neil Robertson against Watchalong, but ultimately it has been a better player winning this semi-final. Mark Selby certainly deserves this one, and he's going to be able to try and battle it out against Watchalong tomorrow. He's now going to roll the yellow in as well, so 33 points. So 2 snookers needed on the green. I don't really think that Neil Robertson will try and battle this one out. You will. Okay, that's fine, as I say, understandably, with it being the last frame, of course, for him. But 2 snookers to tie is going to be nasty there for him to try and achieve that, especially with the way the pink and green are currently positioned. And Selby can just try and send the green in towards the right corner pocket this time around. Or, of course, he can try and outsmart Neil Robertson in one more safety battle. Yeah, he's just going to roll the green into the right corner pocket. And in the end, yeah, he was quite far away from doing that, but still not going to have anything easy set up for Robertson to try and land a snooker in behind. I think going in behind the black is going to be the easiest way there for him to try and approach the short selection. So just trying to hold on to this one, and I think he's going to have to try and go for in behind the black with the cue ball, and it's a decent effort. Still think that the green is going to be way too close towards the cushion for it to be a problem for Selby to get himself out of this situation. Thanks again for tonight's commentary, sir. The Lawrence Vlogs, no problem at all. And as I say, if you have enjoyed, feel free to be back in there for Watchalong against one of these two players. The match still hasn't finished, but I think it will be Mark Selby, with him being sort of barring 2 snookers away into the final. Manages to get himself out of that first snooker lined up in behind the black, as I say. For Robertson to shovel Selby, he needs to make sure he's going to have green away from the cushion a bit more. It's a decent effort, and it's a really good effort out there, to be fair, because manages to roll perfect snooker in behind the black, and this time around it is going to be a perfect situation there, and a very long tap from on the table for Mark Selby. So, you know, only need 2 of those to be able to force a restart. And of course, having such a straight line shot on the green, it's going to be very difficult to get some sort of traction on the cue ball, but manages to play the shot absolutely perfectly. And now let's see what Selby's going to try and do to get himself out of this position. I think 3 cushion escape, trying to get the green on the way back for the cue ball. No, he does seem to go for a very different approach. 2 cushions there from both to the left-hand rail. Going to miss both of the colours, so not going to touch a green or brown. But ultimately, his first shot and his first snooker climbing back there from Neil Robertson. And 4 points is going to be his for the taking. Now Robertson can try and get the cue ball in behind the brown once again. And try and have that green very much away from any sort of cushion. And once again, play the shot pretty well. Because, you know, he didn't really manage to get the cue ball too close to the brown. But ultimately, has he managed to get that right cushion cut off there by Selby? Don't think he has. And Selby's going to try and approach that. Yeah, he's going to get the green this time around. So as I say, I think the snooker attempt has to be perfect there from Robertson. And the previous one, of course, was one in the century. Right, now let's see if Robbo is going to be able to get one more chance there of himself. And does seem to approach this one in the way that I think the yellow, the cue ball, I should say, the yellow is no longer on the table. The cue ball to be sent in behind the black probably has to be the right approach. But yeah, that's exactly what he's done. But he hasn't played the shot well at all. Hasn't judged their angle on the cue ball. And Selby's going to be able to see that green. I think try and roll it in towards the green pocket once again. Not for the first time. Because the first attempt wasn't too successful there for him. And in the end, he's just going to play a safety shot of his own. So, of course, realising that he's only a snooker safe now. And has to realise that he can't afford to do that anymore there for Robertson's point of view. Because, you know, if Robertson managed to get that brilliant snooker once, he can do it twice. And, of course, at that stage, he'll be able to force the restart. With the pink being the only colour out of position right now. So Robertson is just having a look to see. He can go for a cross double now, but because of Selby trying to go for splitting the distance in between the cue and the green quite nicely. Let's see what he's going to be able to do right now. Send the green ball with the intention of trying to get it quite close to the yellow pocket, but that way you're going to have a gap in between the blue and brown. And that's exactly the gap that I think Selby will try and get through and surely get this frame and match one under his belt. It was a good fight there from Robertson, but ultimately it does seem to be the one that he can't win against Mark Selby, and he does roll the green in. I think that changes the complexion massively. So 32 points, so 3 snookers needed now on the brown. So I think if Selby manages to get somewhat close to the brown, it will be frame and match over. Let's see if that is going to be the case. Now Robertson wants to put up a bit more of a fight, even though it's a lovely little safety played by Mark Selby. He's going to have Robertson snookered right now, so surely just a matter of time and a matter of this shot until it is going to be a concession from Neil Robertson, and it will be the case. Neil Robertson with a wonderful performance up to this match, but in the end it wasn't his day today, and it is certainly Mark Selby's day, and a brilliant performance to get himself into the Champion of Champion final to set up a clash against Watchalong. Lovely little performance that from Selby. Commiserations to Robertson, and ultimately we are going to have the final of an All-English derby. Mark Selby against Watchalong, the world number 1 against the world number 9. Let's see which one of them is going to come out on top tomorrow. Thank you very much for everyone joining in, and feel free to tune in for 2 sessions tomorrow. It is going to be first to 10 match being played for the title of the Champion of Champions. Let's see if it's going to be Watchalong once again, or is it going to be Mark Selby returning to the top step for the first time this season. Thank you very much once again, and I'll speak to you soon tomorrow. Take care.